Okay, thank you. The Housing, Urban Development and Zoning Committee will be called to order for July the 7th. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Davis,
Present.
Alderman Cone, Alderman Coder,
Here.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Present.
Alderman Muhammad,
Here.
Alderwoman Martin,
Present.
Alderman Ryan,
Present.
Alderwoman Evans,
Present.
Chairman Boyd,
Present.
President Reed.
Here.
Non-present, you have quorum.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Next order of business, approval of the minutes. I'll entertain a motion for adoption of the minutes dated June 30th, 2021.
So
Move that we
moved.
approve them. Second.
Second.
Okay, been properly moved in second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Davis,
Aye.
Alderman Cone, Alderman Coder,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad,
Aye.
Alderwoman Martin,
Aye.
Alderman Ryan,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Chairman Boyd.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye.
9 ayes.
Oh, you approved the minutes from June 30th, 2021. I'm sorry, everybody. I have a lot going on. If it gets too noisy, can you please let me know and I can just move to another part of the room? So up for discussion today is Board Bill number 2, 71, 72, and 73. Then we're going to actually go ahead and take Board Bill 71 first, then 72 and 73. So what's now before us is Board Bill 71, sponsored by Alderwoman Pihl. Alderwoman Pihl, unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the HUD committee. So today we're going to be discussing, as the chairman said, Board Bills number 71, 72, and 73. They are a package bill for the legislation for the City Foundry Development Project. Before I give a little bit of description about these 3 bills and some details, I'm just going to give a little bit of background information regarding the City Foundry and this TIF. So there was a TIF that was approved in 2017 for the Redevelopment Project Area RPA 1. And then in 2019, there was another TIF that was approved, RPA 2, because the developer had made some amendments. And that TIF was approved in June of 2019. And the developer actually had started building the Alamo draft house. And then as that has been constructed, as we know, in 2020, COVID happened. And the developer had proposed in 2019 in RPA 2 that he was going to develop 2 office buildings. But because of COVID, a lot of things have changed. And we are working differently. We're working more online. And so it seems that we're not going to have need as much office space. So the developer now has come back to the HUD committee to amend RPA 2 that was approved in June. What he's looking at is to build an office building, only one, an apartment building. Now I'm going to go into a little bit about these bills. So Board Bill 71 is reapproving the 2019 City Foundry TIF with a tax increment financing because of the changes in redevelopment plan, as I mentioned. Board Bill number 72 is amending and restating the redevelopment and financing agreement. In Board Bill number 73, we're looking to issue a sales and tax use exemption. And in addition to that Board Bill number 73, we're going to be adding an equitable development contribution of $1.8 million that will be going into affordable home repair that the developer will be providing with regards to RPA and cement. And so this is not a TIF, this is not a new TIF. It, as I said, it was approved in 2019. And I'm going to give you just a little bit more detail regarding the other things that have changed and that you should know regarding this TIF. So there's going to be 37,000 square feet of retail. There's going to be 59,000 square feet of office. And then, as I said, there's going to be an apartment complex that's going to be 280 units. In addition to that, there's going to be parking spaces and a parking garage of 492 spaces. There's going to be also a slight increase in the TIF from 17.2 to $18 million approximately. And this increase is because, as we know, material prices have gone up. And this developer also, because of the changes in this development project, the project was slated to be about $90 million. And it's going to increase to $150 million with these changes. So the development is going to be increasing. The TIF is going to go up a little bit, but actually that's only numerically. The TIF is actually going to be decreased. It was at 17.2% the TIF, and now it's going to be decreasing to about 11.2%. So about a 6% decrease is going to be in this TIF. And I support this TIF because of these changes and these decreases, and because SLDC has looked at this particular development project and it has passed the but-for test. And what I see in this coming up and trying to get this TIF approved with the sales use tax exemption is that we're going to be winning as a city. We're going to be getting another win that wasn't there before. And that, again, is the equitable development contribution that has not been seen in the city, where it's going to be $1.8 million. And that money and those funds are going to be put into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for housing repair. And it's not just going to go to one area. Half of the money is going to go to the 17th Ward, and half of the money is going to be going to north of Delmar. In addition to that, we've added that if the money is not spent in 5 years in terms of home repair in Ward 17, it will be made available to neighborhoods north of Delmar. I would like to now pass this information to the developer, Steve Smith, to give more details about this redevelopment plan and the amendments.
Alderman Pihl, is there anybody from SLDC that want to speak first? Or were they not scheduled to speak?
They are scheduled to speak. The developer, Steve Smith, was going to provide you a detailed presentation regarding the city Foundry, and the SLDC will be speaking afterwards.
Okay, Mr. Smith, you're up.
Thank you, and thank you all, and thank you, Alderman Pihl, for that introduction. Is it possible that I can get this screen to be able to share a presentation?
Well, you can only share from your computer. We don't know. You're welcome to share if you know how to share.
Okay. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So again, thank you all for your time today. So I wanted to start by just giving a little bit of context to the history of City Foundry, and then we'll go into the specific presentation. So first of all, I'm a born and raised St. Louisan. I've worked in the city my entire professional career. That started in 1978, so I'm kind of giving away my age a little bit. And so over that last now 43 years, I've seen the changes that have happened in the city of St. Louis, especially the decline in retail locations, the decline of the office market, and the decline in the residential population over that 40 years. And City Foundry's goal from the beginning in 2015 was finding a way, especially to rebuild the tax base around retail sales in the city of St. Louis. Back 3, 4, 5 years ago, again, as a city resident, you couldn't even buy a suit in the city of St. Louis practically. So as an architect who travels around the country, I saw what was happening in other cities about creating mixed-use development, older almost brownfield sites. And that idea is what spurred me to take on what was the Federal Mogul site in 2015. And the goal was to try and create a place that would actually have retail sales, that would be mixed use and kind of create the energy and vibrancy for the community, to be open to all, be welcoming to all, no matter your background and where you're from, and to be mixed use, to have office, to have retail, to have entertainment, to have a place to eat, restaurants, and to have a place to live. And so in phase 1, we created part of that, and in phase 2 today is what we want to do is to continue that vision. So that's the kind of high level context of what we're trying to do overall with City Foundry. And so let me see here. So first I just wanted to share, you've familiar with the Lawrence Group. That's the company I founded in 1983. Lawrence Group has been a city business since 1983. We changed the brand of our development company about a year ago to call it New and Found. And so when you hear New and Found, that is the same people. It's still Steve Smith and some of the people you see on the screen here who are making things happen around redevelopment. I did want to point out, as you can see on the slide here, that we've done about $500 million in development over the last 15 years, and all but one project is in the city limits of St. Louis. And I've done that in 6 wards. I've done it in the 6th, the 7th, the 15th, the 17th, the 19th, and the 20th. And we're looking at other wards as we speak. So we're very much committed to St. Louis. We're very much committed to trying to rebuild this community and make it a more attractive place to certainly to live, but also for people to move to and to create jobs and to create economic development for all. So this is what we started with in 2015. It changed, maybe we forget quickly on what things look like, but the Federal Mogul site was operating till 2007. It closed in the last recession. I mentioned earlier, being an architect and traveling the country, I saw how properties like this could be redeveloped. And unlike previous proposals that suggested to tear the whole thing down and build a suburban style strip center, our vision was to save basically the historic character of what was a great manufacturing city and preserve that and repurpose it. And that's what obviously we've done. But this just gives you a point of where we started 6 years ago in May of 2015. This was the master plan. And so Alderman Pihl mentioned our original TIF. This also shows the RPAs 1, 2, 3, and 4. And so this was the original master plan. And RPA 1 is the Foundry that you see today. And then RPA 2 and 3 are what we're going to be talking moving forward in this presentation. So RPA 1 is large, well, it's complete with the exception of tenants. We would have been complete in total had it not been for COVID, but we've lost well over a year in moving our tenants in because of COVID. We have numbers of restaurants, the Alamo Drafthouse Theater, which is still coming, the grocery store, which is still coming, but they've just been delayed because of COVID. But the overall project of RPA 1 is complete. And some other photographs of that. We expect, I will tell you, we expect the food hall to be opening sometime in August. So that is very nearly the first thing to the public that will open very shortly from now. And here's some of the sampling of the tenants that we already have in the project. I think I'd like to point out Fresh Time. It's now called Fresh Time Urban Market. This is a bit of a food desert in this area. We have a lot of housing being built here, but there's really, there's a Schnucks on Lindell, there's a Schnucks on Arsenal, but there's really nothing in this broad area that can provide food for the people who live in this part of the city. And then these are some of the other tenants that we have coming in. Inclusion and diversity is important to us. I mentioned earlier on that we want to make this beneficial for all. And so when we built phase 1, we went through a lot of a lot of logistics to try and have as diverse of a construction crew as possible. And we broke the original project up into small pieces so that smaller contractors could compete effectively. And especially with our tenant build outs, and especially in the food hall, we've been able to have a much higher level of minority participation than large projects can often accomplish because of the size and the caliber of the subcontractor market. So right now, our tenants in City Foundry Phase 1, we're tracking a little over 32% MB participation and 6% women-owned business. The food hall itself, I want to talk about the food hall. The food hall is intended to all be St. Louisans. It's all about St. Louis's culinary talent. We have 16 already committed of the 20 food stalls. Half of them are owned by women. More than a third, it's the first time they've owned a brick and mortar business. So we're helping people start their businesses in the food hall. Half of those food stalls are owned by a person of color. And many of them, it's the first time they've had a brick and mortar location in the city limits of St. Louis. So a lot of firsts here. Every brand in the food hall is a unique brand. You will be able to find it nowhere else but at the food hall at City Foundry. And then the other thing we've done, and maybe some of you have participated, is on weekends, and we have an event called Procure. It's the last Sunday of every month. And it's 100% women-owned businesses in pop-ups like you see on the screen here. Our last one was just 2 Sundays ago. We typically have about 50 women-owned businesses show up and they sell their wares. And we make it's like $25 to participate. So it's a very easy to be able to participate and help these young business owners try and grow their business and become known to the community. We've done a lot to try and do engagement. We have the Procure Marketplace you can see there. We've done a whole concert series. We had a little bit of a challenge with the neighbors. We didn't realize we were gonna have sound problems, but we had over 10,000 people come to our concert series over the last 3 months. So coming into the city of St. Louis to enjoy themselves at City Foundry. We did 314 Day. We did a winter market back in the Christmas season. We also allowed a church back in the early days of COVID to use our street to do a church service when you needed to be outside versus inside. And we've done a lot of ways of doing non-traditional ways of engaging with our community. So we want to create equitable development. And as Alderman Pihl mentioned, I believe this may be a first time in my experience in the city of St. Louis. We have agreed to contribute $1.8 million, and that'll be effectively at closing. So that's upfront to the St. Louis Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We know that the city has to grow and succeed together, and we want to be an active partner in making that happen. And that's the reason that we came to this agreement, to take the success that's happening in the Central Corridor and try and extend that to areas north and south. That's the whole goal of why we thought this was a great idea. So that's where we've been in the past. So now we're going to go forward with RPA and what was RPA 2 and 3. And as Alderman Pihl mentioned, when we did our master plan, we intended to do 2 office buildings, the Alamo building, and a parking structure. And one little aside here, the Alamo building, we originally planned to build an apartment building on that site, and it was going to be a high rise, and it was going to be part of phase 1. But because the site is on the National Register of Historic Places, we were not allowed to do that. So our goal of having a mixed use development, of having places to shop, to eat, to entertain, to work, and to live, we could not do in phase 1. And so we always had intended to add housing in the future. So what was going to be residential became the Alamo building. And then as you can see on the plan here, we were going to build 2 additional office buildings, primarily thinking the support of what was happening in Cortex could extend to the area of City Foundry. That was the original idea. So here's the boundaries. As we mentioned, we went through the process early on, and we consolidated what was RPA 2 and 3 into RPA 2. And so as Alderman Pihl mentioned, here was the original plan. We had RPA 2, which actually had 4 phases. Each of the 4 buildings in RPA 2 was considered a phase. The Alamo building being phase 1, that has been built. It's not occupied yet, but the building has been built. Phase 2 was going to be the parking garage, which you saw on that previous plan. And then phases 3 and 4 were going to be 2 separate office buildings. And the total project cost was just under $100 million. And the TIF that was approved at that time, as Alderman Pihl mentioned, was 17.2 million, which meant that our TIF was just under 18% of the total project cost. There it is again. But because of COVID, we realize that office is not going to be in the demand that it used to be. And so the idea of being able to build 2 office buildings would delay the future development of this site for, we think, many, many years. So the idea of bringing back the housing that we had hoped to do originally into RPA 2 happened during COVID. It literally started last May. And as I mentioned earlier, this whole project has been delayed by over a year and a half. And we've also seen substantial increases in commodity prices in that last year. So we're proposing an amendment, and that's why we're here. It was previously approved, and we're proposing an amendment that fundamentally does 2 things. Rather than building 2 office buildings, we're building 1 office building and an apartment building. And we're basically increasing the size of the project substantially with a very minor increase in the TIF from a proportionate basis. And so as you can see on the left, the Alamo building is still there because it was built, but the freestanding building on the right side of where it says Vandy East is still the same building we had originally planned. But now we're building 280 units on top of a 492 car parking structure. And that will allow us to achieve our vision of having a much more mixed use development on the site. By having residential on the site, it'll support the grocery store, the food hall, some of the retailers on the site. It also allows people to live closer to where they might have a job. And one of our goals is to make this part of the city as car optional as possible, which this would allow us to do. So when you put the 2 options side by side, phase 1 is the same. Phase 2 is fundamentally the same. We're increasing the parking garage. Originally it was 400 spaces. It's now 492 spaces. Phase 3, still an office building. We're increasing it from 45,000 to 59,000. It's only phase 4 that we're changing. That at one time was an office building is now a residential building. And as you can see at the bottom here, the project has grown substantially because the apartment building is a much, much larger building than the original office building was going to be. And so the proportion of the TIF is much smaller, as was pointed out earlier. A couple other things I'd like to make note of. The office building we're intending to build out of sustainable materials. That'll be a first for the St. Louis region. The office building is built out of heavy timber, but new wood. St. Louis has a lot of timber, old buildings, but all new office buildings in the region are built out of steel or concrete. This one's built out of wood. And a lot of literature has been written about it. It lowers the carbon footprint. It's a sustainable material, and it's a more pleasant place to work in. And you can see on the image on the right, that's what we're going to be creating at the office building at City Foundry. That building, the office building, will also be the region's first WELL silver rated building. And many of you may not have heard of WELL ratings, but the WELL rating is like LEED, but wellness is on the quality of the building to help the health of the inhabitants in the building. And it's a formal rating, and we will be the first in the St. Louis region, right here at City Foundry in the city of St. Louis, that'll accomplish that. And then you can see on the rendering on the right is the parking garage with the apartments above it. And this here is just a little breakdown on where our costs are to develop this. Here you can see how phase 2 interacts, or RPA 2, I should call it, interacts with RPA 1. As part of RPA 1, we built a street, we built a parking garage. It's going to be free for people coming to use RPA 1. And you can see where the office building and the future apartment building overlook RPA 1. And so some of the objectives here is we continue to eliminate blight. Obviously, this was perhaps the most unattractive part of entering the city from Interstate 64 if you're a visitor coming into downtown St. Louis. We'll create hundreds of construction jobs in this phase and hundreds of permanent jobs. The goal from the beginning is to increase the tax base in the city. We need to do that. I'm a city resident, so that's important to me, as it is, I know, all your constituents. We are catalyzing surrounding development. We're already seeing that happen where other development is occurring around us. We really want to create a walkable environment to lessen the reliance on the auto. And again, as we mentioned earlier, we're making this equitable development contribution. So in summary, this is again the slide I had earlier here. This is my last slide. This is the overview of what we're asking for your hopeful approval on. We're ready to move forward. We'd like to close this in September, October of this year, and construction would complete about 2 years later, and would show the continued momentum that's happening in the city of St. Louis if you support us in allowing us to move forward. So with that, I will turn it back over. I don't know, Alderman, Chairman Boyd, should I leave this on the screen or turn this over to someone else?
Did I freeze? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties. Alderman Coder, can you hear me?
Yes,
I hear
Chairman.
you.
Okay,
We
can
can
you
hear
go
you.
ahead and take over for a few minutes while I get my internet stuff situated? Because I'm having
Certainly,
some
I'll take
interference.
over. And just so everybody knows, I'm happy to chair the meeting right now. I will be abstaining from voting on Mr. Smith's project just because my law firm is involved. Alderwoman Pihl, this is your bill. I'll defer to you. Who would you like to speak next?
I'd like to yield it to Noel Fowler is going to speak next.
Okay, Mr. Pfeffer from the mayor's office. Looking for you. I'm sure you're on here. There you are. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Hey, folks, appreciate it. But actually, I'd like to toss it to Dale Rusatz from SLDC, who I think will be speaking on the history of this, although I'm happy to make some additional comments if necessary.
All right. Thanks, Noel. Dale, you're up.
Good. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good. Wonderful.
And see you.
Wonderful. Well, this is a project, obviously, it's pretty well been outlined by Alderwoman Seal and the developer about the history of this project, which has been going on for some time. And what we're really about today, as has already been mentioned, is amending the TIF, which has already been approved, and allowing for residential development in the RPA2, which had previously not been allowed. And John Ferry, who is on vacation, has done his scorecard, which many of you are very familiar with. And I don't know we've sent it off to everyone, so hopefully everyone has a copy of it. Both the clerk and each member of the committee should have gotten that scorecard. And as usual, the scorecard first shows in a gray line towards the bottom what the current tax revenue is being generated by the property. And has already been mentioned, the property has no improvements on it, so the amount of tax revenue currently is very, very low. The scorecard then has a dashed line, which is the city average, and it's not much above the solid gray line, which is the city income on average by property similar to this. The blue line then shows the neighborhood average, which is a little bit higher than that. And then finally, the yellow line shows what revenue the city will get from this property first during the period that from now until 2032. And then after that, of course, the yellow line goes up very, very high. During the scorecard indicates that during the first 10 years, the city will benefit over $2.5 million from the project over what's being currently generated. And the school district will have an increase of almost $1.4 million during that period of time. As was already mentioned, the overall project cost is now up to $162 million. And the TIF has been adjusted slightly to $18 million. So it's very positive on the city return on the project. And therefore it scores 3.5 out of 5. overall on the scorecard that we present to you. I'm happy to answer any questions other than that, but I think it's been pretty well covered, all other aspects of the proposal.
Okay, anything else, Dale?
That's it for now.
All right, Alderwoman Pihl, anybody else that you would like to speak before we take questions from the committee?
Alderman Coder, if I may just highlight a couple salient points.
Certainly.
And thank you, Dale, for that presentation. I just want to emphasize that that score that John put out is not quite accurate because it's actually leaving out one key piece of the equation, and that's the $1.8 million equitable development contribution. So when that scorecard says that the project generates $2.5 million in fiscal benefit to the city, that real number is 4.3 million. And when that yellow line shows that contribution consistently below 500,000 for the first 10 years, which is still well above the city average, that actually doesn't take into account that 1.8 million. The other piece that's really worth emphasizing is that when you take into account the 1.8 million, the net incentive for this project is not just down as a fraction of the project from 17% to 11% of the total project cost, but down on an absolute level as well, from 17.2 million to 16.2 million. And then I also want to emphasize that this project is really fundamentally in line with this administration's priorities for equitable development. It passes the but-for test because, as John's analysis shows, the rate of return unincentivized is 5.9%, which is well below market. Whereas with the incentives, the expected rate of return is roughly 7.4%, which places it squarely in the lower middle of the market rate of return. And then on the other side of the equation, in exchange for these public incentives, all of which this committee already approved prior, in exchange for these incentives, they are providing substantial community benefits, as was discussed extensively by Alderwoman Pihl and the developer, Steve Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeffer. All right, Alderwoman Pihl, anybody else that you'd like to present?
Thank you, Alderman Kodar. I do not have anybody else to present at this point in time.
Okay, then I think what we'll do is there's 3 bills here. I know they're companion bills essentially, aren't they, Alderwoman?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Do we need a brief explanation? Would it be helpful? I mean, committee members, I think we'd prefer to probably take one round of questions about sort of project in general. I mean, unless everyone wants, we can go back and do it for each bill, but I don't think there's going to be significant additional discussion. All right. Do we have, we'll go down in order here, starting with Alderwoman Davis.
No questions, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Alderman Cohn.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mr. Vice Chair. I want to ask either Noel or someone from SLDC, or even Alderwoman Pihl, why the 1.8 million? Why don't we just reduce the amount of the TIF versus sending 1.8 million to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund? So instead of sending it to, a token agency of the city, why don't we just reduce the amount of the TIF and allow those funds to go directly to the schools, to the library, to the community college, et cetera?
I can speak to this if you'd like, Alderwoman, and if you want to add anything. But essentially, where the figure comes from is from the fact that the state recently passed a statute that will allow the city to moving forward in 2022, divert 10% of TIF revenues from the TIF area to other infrastructure, including housing. And so that was the kind of principle that has actually been signed on to by our state's legislative body. It was sponsored by Carla May. And we really believe in that as a excellent and useful tool for equitable development, which we will be using moving forward in 2022. This wasn't a vehicle that was available to us, but we liked the principle. And so we brought it to bear in this negotiation. And that's how we arrived at essentially making the request for the equitable development contribution $1.8 million of the TIF, or a 10% of the TIF. To be frank, we didn't really explore reducing the total TIF amount. It wasn't clear whether that would be a deal breaker or not. But it's a fair question and one that I take seriously, but that's the logic and how we ended up at where we are. Is there anything you would add, Alderwoman Pihl?
Thank you, Mr. Pfeffer. Those are the details that we have discussed, and I do not have anything to add.
So I guess my next question would be for Mr. Smith. If we were to reduce the amount of the incentive to accommodate the $1.8 million, does that have an impact on your project, on your end? To me, it would seem as though you're already out the $1.8 million. Why wouldn't we just reduce the TIF by that amount?
Yeah, so it would be perhaps neutral from our standpoint. So I will say I like the idea of helping homeowners in the city, that individual constituents would see a benefit when something's happening in the central core of St. Louis, that they might benefit in being able to repair their home. That's a very granular way that people could really feel something positive that's happening in one part of the city, helping other parts of the city. So I do like that aspect of it, independent of the financials.
Sure. No, I appreciate that perspective. I'm more curious on the financial side, if that, if there's any additional benefit for you, to provide that 1.8 million versus the reduction in the actual incentive itself. To me, it also seems like it would be neutral, one way or the other. And I think the rest of it is more so on the policy side as to how the money gets, allocated respectively to the either the Affordable Housing Trust Fund or, to the various taxing jurisdictions that are supported by, real estate taxes, which is, what the TIF is essentially abating. And so, for me, I understand some of my colleagues' excited nature around either, community development benefit agreements or tax assurances, but at the end of the day, it's just another way to kind of cut the turkey. And we're essentially taking money out of the library, the community college, the public schools that otherwise would be there. And I have to say, for my part, Steve, Mr. Smith, we've known each other a long time, and I certainly appreciate all of the work that you do in the city, throughout the city. And just the quality of the work that you do too is outstanding. I know that we've had disagreements on this particular incentive with respect to the Foundry. I nonetheless do think that it is a really cool, very awesome project. But for my part, I've really struggled with the amount of incentives in the Central Corridor as a whole. Particularly on new construction, and I understand that the cost that's associated with rehabbing those old facilities, such as the old, automotive site that's associated with this project. But I still really struggle around new construction and incentives for that. And the Central Corridor, where we are seeing a higher rate of return for those types of development projects. But I understand that this is kind of taking a more holistic picture in terms of where you have been with respect to the site as a whole. I guess I'm still kind of struggling just from an administrative and policy perspective as to why we wouldn't just go ahead and reduce the TIF to provide, the additional revenue to our schools, to our community college, and to our library. The Zoo Museum District also relies upon funding from, the real estate tax as well. So to me, it seems as though we're moving money, from those taxing jurisdictions to, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and then further limiting that to where half of that's going into the, 17th Ward, which, by and large, costs more money at this point in time. new housing production. So we're not going to get quite as much, I'll call it bang for our buck, with respect to low income housing, because we'll have fewer units available because of the increased costs that's associated with redoing housing in those areas because of the cost per unit for acquisition and otherwise. So I kind of struggle with that a little bit when, areas in, certainly North St. Louis, but then also parts of Gravois Park, Marine Villa, Mount Pleasant, Dutchtown, even parts of Carondelet and the Patch, also have a need for affordable housing and have those dollars available for investment to provide quality updates for tons of residential communities in the area. So, as it stands right now, I feel like I really couldn't be supportive of the, this particular bill. Not because I don't think that the project is amazing, I do, but just from a pure policy perspective, I have some disagreements with it.
And if I may speak on the policy point just briefly, I think it's really worth emphasizing that we are not issuing a new incentive here. This is an amendment. So if we reject,
I voted against the previous incentive as well.
Absolutely, but for clarity for the committee, if we reject this amendment, there's still a $17.2 million TIF commitment that the city is already obligated to. That just can't be spent towards a residential tower. That's not to say that there won't be another development on there. There probably will, but it actually won't generate as much tax revenue for the city. In fact, if I'm recalling correctly, the anticipated amount of TIF that the project could sustain under the original RPA2 was roughly $17 or $18 million and goes up to about $25 million under the current version of the project, which actually means because we didn't raise the TIF very much, just 750, that all that extra increment goes to those taxing jurisdictions. So the amendment actually generates more property tax revenue because it permits a use that generates more property tax revenue. As for the broader point about whether we're moving money from schools to housing, I think it's a really fair point. And the truth is we have a housing crisis, we have an education crisis. They're both absolutely critical in order for people to have a good quality of life here in the city of St. Louis. The only difference that this does is it moves that money up to the present. It lets us invest it now instead of giving us a long tail of revenue down 23 years. And in my books, I really think the city is at a turning point right now, and investments we make today will yield dividends down the line. And so that's why I support it from a policy perspective, but I also completely respect your position, Alderman Cohen.
No, I certainly think that that's a very valid perspective with respect to the money being available now versus over, a 20-year schedule in terms of revenue. But and again, I want to say that this is a really fantastic project. It's interesting and very exciting to see the development kind of take place and take shape over there. But I do still, have my concerns with respect to, the amount of the TIF. Again, compliments to the mayor's office and to the alderwoman, that we're reducing the size of the TIF and that, we're being more creative with respect to that. I really do want to compliment both of your efforts with respect to that. But I'm still trying to reconcile some of the kind of back end policy related things versus, fiscally, I think that this is certainly, a more responsible, proposal than what we had before. So I'll say that much. I think fiscally, this is, certainly more responsible, but I do, from a policy perspective, trying to reconcile that at the moment. But that's all the questions that I have for the time being, Mr. Vice Chair.
So this is Alderwoman Pihl. I'd just like to add a couple of things. Thank you, Alderman Cohen. A couple of things I wanted to address regarding this. So this particular $1.8 million equitable development distribution is going to housing repair and affordable housing repair. It's not going for production of housing. So you mentioned that in Forest Park, in Ward 17, that development costs more. So I just wanted to mention that it's going for housing repair. And I see that there is an intersection between housing and education in schools. And we see that when children are not able to have a stable house or home because for many different reasons, but specifically in terms of what we're looking at is making sure that the home physically is stable. And that is really important for kids to be in homes that are stable so that, as we know, when they go to school, they're able to learn better. So that's one reason in terms of how this can directly affect students now and in the present. The second thing is that I've been the co-chair of the Vacancy Collaborative's Anti-Displacement Work Group for the past 3 years. And the reason I've been co-chair of that is because I've seen that there's displacement of individuals in neighborhoods, and that if we do not get this money presently, directly now, there's going to be displacement in neighborhoods, and 50% of this money is going to the 17th Ward to not have people displaced in terms of, again, making sure that their housing and property is stable. And at the same time, as we have developed this, it's bringing this particular contribution in which it is spread out and shared. And one of the things that we do know is that the north of Delmar has not received the resources that they need. So that is another point in terms of looking at the collaboration and sharing regarding that. And this is also, and I know you mentioned some of the other neighborhoods. I know they do need funding too, but we're looking at this as also, this is the first time it has been done. And we could look at how, if this is continuing to be done, that it can be tweaked.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Okay, going forward, we're going to wait till you get recognized because we're going to be here all day at the current rate. Alderman, since the Alderwoman from the 17th had a bit of a rebuttal, do you have any follow-up questions before we move on?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I would just encourage you, I certainly appreciate and respect and understand the intersectionality of housing and education that you brought up. But if that's really the point that we're trying to emphasize from a policy perspective, then perhaps we should be investing in communities where there's a high level of density of low mod income households that have young people, and look at the density of young people within those communities, because those are the areas that would need that home repair money as well. And so, I can speak for myself, 30% of my ward, is both underneath the age of, that's school age, underneath the age of 18, it's roughly 30%, and it's roughly about 20 to 26% in poverty. And so, I would say that those are young people that would also benefit from a healthy home in terms of the, home repair program as well. So, I would encourage, future investments in areas that have a high density of young people and low mod income households.
Okay, thank you, Alderman. Alderwoman Pam Boyd, any questions?
No, sir. I have no questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alderman Collins Muhammad, any questions? Looking for Alderman Collins Muhammad. Okay, moving on. Alderwoman Martin.
No questions right now. Thank you.
All right. Alderman Narayan.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Just a bit of a statement, I guess. I do appreciate the work that the Alderwoman from the 17th and the administration has put in on this. And I do share, though, some of the concerns that my colleague from the 25th brought up. I know in 2019, when this was, or maybe it was 20, in that session, when it was first in front of us, he was one of only 4 people who did not vote in favor of this. So I also respect the fact that he's sticking to his guns on this now. But I do share the concern that he brings up about essentially over incentivization in the 17th ward. And this is not the current Alderwoman from the 17th issue. Just in the past, we have incentivized the 17th ward virtually every chance we got. And so I am reluctantly in support of this because it does reduce the current incentive there. But I think moving forward, especially in wards like the 17th, we need to be very cautious. And I'll include the 24th there. I'm not just picking on the 17th ward. I'm also very cautious about any incentives that I bring forward in the 24th. We need to be very cautious because we are taking money out of the hands of our schools and libraries and putting it in the hands of developers. And it gets tougher and tougher to justify that as we continue to develop in specific areas of the city while other areas do not see those investment dollars. So I am reluctantly in support of this. And with that, I'll yield. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So next we've got Alderwoman Evans.
No
I see some
questions at
hands.
this time.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to Alderman Collins Muhammad. His hand is up. Question, Alderman Collins Muhammad.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just one question for the Alderwoman, if she don't mind, would she accept my question? And my question is, do you think that it is odd that in your 2 months of being Alderwoman, you have voted against 2 tax abatement or TIF funding packages in North St. Louis? You have voted against them, but your first piece of legislation is a TIF in the 17th ward, predominantly white neighborhood. Don't you think that's a little odd? And I'm going to support this because I know that tax subsidies can support and redevelop neighborhoods, and it can have a everlasting impact on the neighborhoods that surround yours, mainly the 19th and the 18th ward. But don't you think it's a little odd that your first legislation and your first legislative priority is a TIF package in your community that's already economically developed, that has benefited from millions and tens of millions of dollars from TIF funding? Don't you find it just a little bit perplexing?
Alderman Collins Muhammad, thank you for that question. I think one thing I'd like to know, I know that in terms of the hotel, I did vote against that. And I did in terms of that due to what I felt the Hilton had enough money to be able to renovate that particular building, and that this was the second TIF that was coming up for that particular building. And that was the reason in terms of that. And then I don't remember voting against a second TIF or tax incentive. So if you can address that, I just don't remember that I did vote against a second TIF or tax incentive.
All right, thank you, Alderwoman. Alderwoman Davis, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It's a very quick question. I was making some notes, and could our policy director give me the date that this new tool they're using is going to be effective for the use of it?
January 1st, 2022.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, Noel,
Thank
would you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
January 1st, 2022. It's called the
Okay.
Strategic Infrastructure Fund.
Okay. I was trying to look it up too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I know we have President Reed with us as well. President Reed, and I apologize if I should have gone to you first. Do you have any questions or comments?
No questions right now. I'm having a problem with my video, but no questions.
Okay. Chairman Boyd, are you back?
I am back. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I appreciate all your hard work. So I apologize. I was kind of in and out on some of the explanations. So I want to make sure I got some things right. So the TIF was originally 17.2 and it's now 18.2. Did I get that right, Alderwoman? Alderwoman Pihl?
It was originally 17.2 and now it's 18.
Now 18?
Yes.
Okay, it's now 18. Okay, and it went from the original TIF 90 million to 150 million.
It went from just a clarification. It was like 97 million to 160. If the developer Steve Smith would like to clarify that, I think I made an error, but it went from about 97 million to 160.
160. Okay, and half the funds are going to, well, the whole 1.8 million is going to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, but half of that will remain specifically in the 17th Ward, correct? And it will be for home repair, not necessarily development, but specific to home repair, just like the Healthy Home Repair Program?
Correct. It's going, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, when it's there, it has been allocated in terms of the legislation for home repair. We would also be working with the Healthy Homes because those two particular programs for home repair, there's a waiting list that is astronomical. And so we'll look at, in terms of that, to take off, or the people who will be able to apply would be people in the respective zip codes and be able to get their homes repaired in what manner and form. I also would like to add with that is that there's a possibility, and I've added into this particular equitable development contribution, is that if the 17th Ward and doesn't need the people of the 17th Ward doesn't use all of those funds, that it's going to open up to north of Delmar, because
Right, I heard you say that.
Okay.
No, I heard you say, I don't mean to cut you off, but I heard you say that, but I want to respond to that. So how long will you wait before you realize that the 17th Ward will not be able to exhaust all the funds?
At this time, it was put in as 5 years.
How long?
5 years.
5 years. Now, do you realize that in 5 years, the 17th Ward will not exist?
Right now, yes, I do. And so what we have in this legislation is that the 17th Ward will not exist, but those boundaries that we have determined, that the boundaries that are there now, that we're going to continue using those boundaries, the current boundaries of today, even if the 17th Ward does not exist.
And that's in the legislation.
And that's it, yes, it is in the legislation that the current boundaries are going to continue. And again, I just would like to mention that it will, if we don't use all the money, it will go to the north side in terms of north of Delmar, because we want to not just hold on to the funds, but we need to use the funds.
Right. And so let me go back, and I'm not sure, Alderman Pihl, if it's you or if it's Noel or if it's Dale Rousset, but explain to me again where the $1.8 million came from.
Okay, so Mr. Pepper, will you detail that again? Because I think we did answer that question, and you told me about this new program that's going to be with the state, et cetera, and how we framed it off of this new program that will be implemented with the state.
Okay, and so let me stop right there. I heard about the new program stuff, but this has nothing to do with the new program. We're talking about what's in existing right now. And so how do we come up with the funds, notwithstanding this new state provision that we don't have to use, right?
Right. So I think why the Alderwoman was tossing to me was I was explaining the genesis of the 10% of the incentive amount. So 1.8 million is 10% of the $18 million incentive. And this, we drew this principle from the Strategic Infrastructure Fund, which the state legislature just put in place.
Gotcha. Now that makes sense. But so the TIF was originally 17.2. Did we actually increase the TIF? Because I did hear there was some sales tax abatement and different things like that. So I don't know if that metrics was used to add to the 1.8 or what. So
I can speak to this if you'd like, Alderman.
Okay.
So there was a sales tax exemption for construction materials in this deal from the very beginning. This is a exemption that largely does not affect city coffers. Only 5% of the sales taxes come from within city boundaries. But the sales tax exemption was always contemplated, and in fact also comes along with another $300,000 contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So in fact, the developer is contributing 2.1 million, but that complicates the story a little bit. So that's why we usually talk about the $18 million TIF and the $1.8 million contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
Okay, so is the developer actually putting more cash into this project?
The developer is putting more cash into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and the way it's structured is when the construction note closes, $1.8 million from the construction note will go towards the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
So how do the fees work? Because I've heard that, you know, SLDC get fees. Yes.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, before you move forward, I just want to make note of the sales tax exemption was not part of any legislation and was not part of this original deal. And the mayor's office just reported that it was part of the original deal, was not part of the original deal. There was never a piece of legislation adopted by this board to allow a sales tax exemption, just like the piece that's before us now. So it was never part of it. And to say, because it was one of the things that was discussed when SLDC and the former administration was looking at various different tools. So it was part of it is just disingenuous. And I just want to make sure the committee members understand that it was not part of it. We never took that up here before the Board of Aldermen. Because it was something that maybe someone discussed, but never moved forward with it, does not give it any justification here today.
May I respond to that?
Okay. Let me ask you this, Mr. Pfeffer. So, Mr. Pfeffer, because the sales tax exemption stuff is kind of confusing, because what you said and I agreed with was that most of the material is going to be probably bought outside, you know, the cities of St. Louis, and so it doesn't really impact us. So, how do you come up with a number for a project if, yeah, how does that work with the sales tax exempt? Because they're not paying any taxes on the material. So how do you quantify? That's the word I'm looking for. So how do you quantify that number in the financials?
The way the process works is that we issue essentially a license to the developer that then they can show this license to the various folks that they buy construction materials from, and then they will discount that sales tax. And then what we do is we calculate the construction costs, apply the average sales tax around our region, and estimate the value. However, I do need to respond to what President Reed just stated. He's right that it was not part of the 2017-2018 package that was enshrined in legislation. And that was a much smaller project. That was a $97 million project. It was, however, part of the negotiation that Mayor Crusen's office undertook back in February when they were looking at a $138 million project, and they were contemplating the sales tax exemption as well as the TIF. And I know this, I wasn't there in the room, and I don't invoke his venerable name lightly, but Otis Williams specifically, we had this discussion, and it was a part of the deal that the Cruzen administration discussed with the Foundry.
Something that was discussed, something.
Mr. President, Mr. President.
Yep.
Okay, so my question was going to be, Noel. So a discussion is different from what was included in the contract, if you will. So was the sales exemption in the board bill that we originally passed that we're amending now?
Not in the 27 to 2018, absolutely.
Okay, so it is a little disingenuous to insinuate that it was part of it when it wasn't. You have to agree.
Excuse me, I did not mean to suggest it was part of the 27-18. I meant it was part of the deal we inherited.
Okay, so you're saying that the deal you inherited included a sales tax exemption.
That's right.
But it did. You just said it did.
The 2017 to 2018 that set of ordinances that passed through the board did not include it. But the discussions that the Cruzen administration had with the developer did include it. But I'm happy that.
Wait a minute, no, stay right there. Stay right there. So it did not, what I heard you say is the ordinance that we passed did not include a sales tax exemption. However, the Mayor Cruzen administration were having conversations about potentially, amending this. I'm through that. You didn't say amend, I did, to include a sales tax exemption, right? Is that all right? So does that sound right?
That does.
Okay, but you didn't have to accept Mayor Cruzen's conversations or recommendations, right?
Certainly.
Okay, so you own this, and I want you to know that you own this. So we're not going to talk about what somebody else's conversation was and what they did, because you now own this because wasn't it vetoed? What are we doing? I didn't got confused. It wasn't vetoed. No, it was just amended. Okay, so you own this, and you guys have worked through some creative financing that included the sales tax exemption. Am I good?
Fair enough. Happy to.
Okay, and so again, the one point, and by the way, this is a fabulous project, and I'm totally on board. I just want to get facts right.
Sure.
Because, we hear all this noise and these narratives about stuff, and then stuff end up going like this. And it's like, wait a minute, that's not that wasn't my understanding about this new model and this new way, this new policy. So that's why I'm just trying to, because listen, I want to use as many tips and fancy financial, mixed deals as possible. So I'm just trying to learn something here. So at the end of the day, the sales tax exemption added how much again?
I believe it added around $1.6 million.
$1.6 million. Okay, so $1.6 million, and so the alderman from the 25th ward, and it was echoed by the 24th ward. Their question was, why wouldn't we just reduce the amount of the tip? But I understand you saying, hey, look, we get this money up front, which is a good deal. The first time I ever heard of a community benefit agreement, I didn't hear it in those terms, was the city of Ferguson when I worked out as housing coordinator. Emerson, at the time called Emerson Electric, gave $250,000 back to the city of Ferguson to do home repair to get a tip. And it was so cool. And money just kept recirculating back in that particular community. So I certainly, agree with, what you're trying to do. I just want to make sure the mechanics of it, because what it looks like to me is the developer is getting more incentives to give back some incentives. Does that make sense? Am I reading that right?
And that's why I think it's so critical to emphasize that the sales tax construction materials exemption was part of the deal that we inherited. Because
stop. No, stop. Please stop that. Because then I'm gonna, come unglued. Stop saying you inherited the sales tax agreement, because you did not. You were witness to some conversation that was being had, but you could have threw all that stuff out the window, right? Because this is you now. This is all about you and what you are in control of. You are steering the ship. So I just want to be clear, because it's misleading to say what we inherited, because what you inherited was the ordinance as it is today. And what we're doing today is we're amending it in a way that makes sense for the administration, which I'm okay with. I'm not going to debate that and argue with you with that. I support that. I'm just trying to chronologically follow how we got from point A to point B and how it can work for other people. Okay, so let's just be clear, but I want to be clear in that the narrative that we create is truth, and that we're not trying to say, oh, well, this wasn't really us. We just inherited it. And so we went along with it because we want to get this done. Because you don't have to go along with it. You could just say no, and a developer can legitimately say, okay, well, we just built, we said we was going to originally build, and goodbye. And no more conversation. Truly, that could be where we are today, that the developer will be required to build what originally the TIF agreements were designed to do, right?
The place where I just want to be very clear, and I agree with everything you just said, but the place where I want to be very clear is that our administration did not increase the net amount of incentive that the developer is receiving, because the developer was slated to receive 17.2 plus 1.6 million and is now receiving 18 million plus 1.6. So that went up 0.8 million. Actually, it's more like 0.75, but the incentive we're awarding went up 0.75 million. And then additionally, as part of the negotiation, there was a $1.8 million equitable development contribution. So the net incentive actually went down once our administration took office by over $1 million.
That sounds like some fuzzy math to me. I do not understand how that works. I mean, because I'm just looking at 17.2 and 18 million. And I'm just using simple math because I don't have a real high level education. That's an increase.
Absolutely.
So, but you keep saying it's not an increase, but that is an increase. If the incentive went from 17.2 to 8 million, no matter what happened in the background, the incentive amount was increased. But
Agreed.
what I do appreciate what you said, and see, this is where people that, get bent out of shape about, over incentivizing, building these 200 plus apartments. I think that was the magic number. Am I right? Correct me if I'm wrong. How many apartments?
280 residential units.
That's all new, right?
That's right.
So can you imagine the earnings tax, the sales tax, and all of these different taxes that's going to be produced that we really truly can't quantify because we don't know where people shop, but we can get a good guess on what value that brings to the community, right? And so sometimes we have to look at the big picture when we're trying to incentivize people. And I really can see people struggling with this from the Alderwoman from the 17th Ward, because she's part of that train, that, is really adverse to incentives. But at the end of the day, I'm going to support this, okay? But I want to make sure that everybody understands that every situation is different. When Mr. Smith put up what that old armory looked like, that's doom and gloom. And I don't care what anybody say. There's no millionaire that's going to come in and say, I'm just going to put all my money into this doom and gloom situation so I can make a few coins. They're not in the business of doing that. They're in the business of making real dollars. And so I just want to make sure that everybody's clear that this is truly an increase in incentive, and it's okay. The majority of the Board of Aldermen is going to vote for this. I predict it will pass out of committee today and it will pass out of the full board. But let's be real with each other. When we're talking about other people's bills and projects in their wards that your ideology feels like it's unworthy, but you don't live there and you don't really have that experience. So I just put that out there for consideration from people that seem to rise above everybody else that support incentives in a distressed location. Because just because even the Central West End, and I support, it's time for the Central West End to, we just not do so much over there. But that doesn't mean that there's a pocket on the cusp of those boundaries that, that touch other boundaries that make it part of Blight. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you, Mr. Pfeffer. I didn't know if it seemed like the president wanted to come back, and I'm going to respect the president because I did cut him off because I'm the chairman. I get to do that, but he is the president, and I don't want to make him mad, and he cut me off on the floor. So I'm going to go back to the president.
All right. I first thank you, Mr. Chairman, for such a a great clarification that needed to happen. We deal with these projects, and from my time at the Board of Aldermen, in the 6th Ward, getting Washington Avenue and that whole central corridor moving, we had to pass incentive packages to do those. And right now, the way we're operating in the city, we have a group of aldermen led by Alderwoman Green and some others that are saying, pretty much all these incentive packages are bad and they hold the city back and it's hurting our schools and so on and so forth. But when you look at, the fact that the city has to maintain a competitive advantage, the city has to be able to get some projects moving, close the gap where the banks and others won't fill in. And developers are just like any other business. They are in business to make profit. They're not in it to be martyrs, right? So any business, whether you go to the store to buy a candy bar, buy a gallon of gas or whatever, somebody's profiting from that. The same thing here. It would be beyond naive and disingenuous to think that this developer, like any other developer, isn't profiting. This developer is indeed profiting. Just like the developers on the other development incentives that same group chooses to vote against and chooses to speak out against and chooses to do their best to try to kill those deals. Alderwoman Pihl, this is your first big project that you're moving. In the ward that you're in, you're going to have many more of these projects. But to get down that rabbit hole where, there's this group that would say that everything that they're doing is great, but everything everybody else is doing is bad. That is not a good place to be. Hopefully with this project, you can see the complexities that lie within each and every one of these. I've known Steve Smith for a long time. He is a phenomenal developer. He's one of the best the city has. He's one of these guys that could have done what he's doing in New York, LA, Chicago, any other major city, but he's chosen to stay here in the city of St. Louis, and we've greatly benefited from it. The project he's working on is extremely, extremely complex project. So hats off to him for taking it on and getting it done. It's a massive project, and it will be a huge benefit to the city of St. Louis. The way they're structuring these incentives, the biggest challenge I've had with it is the fact that the way they're structured so that we give more incentive to the developer so that the developer then can turn around and essentially, give that back to the city so that then we'd have these incentives to be able to put in other places, with a portion of that incentive residing right within the 17th Ward. It's the cards in the hand that the developer has been dealt by the current administration. And I really think it's absolutely outside of his control. I think that he was forced to negotiate, in an unbalanced situation, right? And he's, being a person that has multiple developments in the city and a big stake in moving forward developments in the city, it would not be healthy for him or his business to take any other posture than the posture he's currently taking. It's easy if if I put my developer hat on, it's easy to look at and say, okay, ultimately there are some benefits from it because this additional money will go to affordable housing to be able to be used in other areas of the city, right? And that fits with the narrative that he has carried throughout his time as a developer in this city. So I can understand his position completely. I guess what I want to make sure to impart is that, when other projects come up, take a moment and look at that project and give some understanding and some credence to the other elected officials that have brought those projects. Because they, oftentimes they've done their homework. Their projects have passed the but-for test also. All the TIFs that we brought have passed the but-for test, according to the same people that told you that this one passed the but-for test. The difference is that cadre of individuals that pick things based on not the project, but based on the person that's carrying the project, will wrap their arms around this one and carry it tall and say that because it passes the but-for test, this is a great project. But what I'm gonna submit to you is some of those very same projects in other parts of the city, particularly North St. Louis, that same group has spoken out against them. That same group has fought against them. That same group has done their best to try to stop those projects. And that's unhealthy. So to Steve, congratulations and thanks for doing even more work. My hat's off and also sympathies to you being tied up in the situation that you're in. I'm also asking you not to comment on anything that I'm saying. And I don't think it would be good for you to do that. I think your position must be that this is great for the city and I support it and I think it's good. I have not asked anybody to vote against this. And I'm not asking anybody to vote or support my position on this at all, because I understand the complexities and the web of politics that this thing is tied up in. Right now, there are at least two other projects that have been vetoed that also have received very high praises from SLDC and the same development agencies that have said that have given this the blessing. Those others were given the same blessing. And to get those projects back on track, we would have to overturn the mayor's veto. So Alderwoman Pihl, you should give a gut check and think about that. And think about some of those same projects that have passed that same test that you're reliant on here. And that same agency that said that, yes, that's a good project, but they were thrown out. So anyway, I'm probably, I'm going to vote. I'm going to do something that I never do, especially on these big projects and stuff. I'm going to vote present on this project. Not because I don't think it's a good project. I think it's a great project. But there's just too much tied into it right now with some of the political underpinnings that are tied into it. And it does give me pause that it took, repeated questioning from the chairman for the mayor's office to just come clean and say, yes, absolutely, it was not part of the original. Because the narrative that would go out from this meeting, from any reporter that's listening to it, they'd say, okay, that was part of the original agreement from the Cruzen administration. And the fact of the matter is that it was not part of the agreement that's on the table that we are amending, right? It may have been a conversation that they had, but that conversation means nothing until it's codified in the law through an ordinance through the Board of Aldermen. So thank you for your time. And I think that this project should pass. I think it should make it out of committee, and I think it should pass the Board of Aldermen. because of all the other underpinnings related to it, I'm going to vote present. If I have to vote for it to assure that it passes out of committee, I'm probably willing to do that, but I'd rather not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to go back again, a couple of things I thought about. Noel, we are going to learn a lot from each other, and I look forward to this journey. But I just picked up on something you said that was right, but kind of not so right. So you said that really the percentage of the TIF is less than it was previously, and you are 100% correct. However, if you take the 150 million in consideration, I lost my notes, versus the 90 million, it has no choice but to be, you know, less than, because now you're dealing with a higher number. So I just want to point out it is, but it really, you don't get credit for that. Okay. You know, you get no extra credit for that. Okay. But you kind of slid that in on me.
All credit goes to Steve for bringing in that additional equity.
So the other thing I wanted to ask Dale something, because this is a really good learning experience for me, learning more about the sales tax exemption, even though I've been around long enough to know better. Dale Rousset. Is Dale still with us?
I am here.
Okay, Dale. So I know SLDC is kind of a self-funding agency. You guys, and I think even the Comptroller office get a little piece of some development fees or whatever it is. So how does SLDC benefit in this deal with the fees? How does that look?
Yeah, there would be bonds issued. Actually, in this case, I guess SLDC doesn't benefit because it's the city that would be doing this one, the sales tax, because it's not in a Chapter 99 area.
Oh, so you lose out on it.
Well, we don't lose anything, but we don't gain anything.
Well, but you don't gain anything.
Right.
Okay, so you guys are pretty neutral on that. And how long have you guys been doing sales tax exemption on projects, Dale?
We were very late coming to the game on this. It was done throughout the state for, I would guess, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, but probably, I don't know, maybe 3 years, I would guess.
Okay.
And what it essentially does is, at least we feel this way, that instead of giving more TIF or more tax abatement, if we give instead the developer the sales tax, it benefits him a great deal, but it doesn't cost the city much because so little of the materials, as was mentioned before, are actually bought in the city of St. Louis.
Okay, so on that, the sales tax, so the city, I think, was it Board Bill 73? I was reading stuff real fast and they all kind of come together.
Yeah, that's 73.
I think it said the city gets about estimated what 800,000 sales tax and the state 2 million. Is that how that's
right. I don't have those numbers in front of me. That sounds right.
That sounds about right. Okay, and I didn't even realize that they get exempt from the state sales tax though. It's like just zero, just no. It's like being in the military shopping at the PX. Zero sales tax.
That's the reason the city, doesn't give up a lot when it authorizes sales tax exemption.
Right. Especially if they buy it in the county. So, Mr. Smith, make sure you buy all your materials in the county.
Well, what we have been doing the last few projects, and there have just been a couple that have been finished, we actually asked the developer to quantify exactly where the materials were bought. And in the couple that we have tracked, and Mark Spikerman has been doing that, it's just been, 5, 6, 7% of the materials have actually been bought in the city. So virtually all the sales tax that is being paid is not in the city, and therefore we are not losing very much at all.
And if we had more hardware stores, then it would have a negative impact on us. But since we only have Home Depot on Kings Highway, anywhere else in the city, where else we have a home?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how much building materials are actually by major building contractors or even bought from Home Depot, but it's more wholesale houses and materials that are bought by much larger operations.
So on a deal, Dale, do you share the fee with any officers? Just for the new alderman, I think it's good to kind of know how you're set up, you're self-funding, you get all these fees, but do you share your fees with any other office?
No, that's how we keep operating.
So you get 100%.
We do, and you know, and we have not gotten anything from the city at all for our budget, as you know.
Are there any other offices that collect fees from developers, from developments, I should say?
I'm sorry, pass again.
Are there any other office city agencies that collect
Oh.
fees?
Yes, the Comptroller's office on TIFs and others get fees, sure. And I'm
What's
sure
the-
there are others, but those are the only two I remember.
And what is the percentage of your fee?
Well, it varies on all different things. You know, I mean, for example, we're doing a lot of on MBE and workforce. We have set up a whole program to monitor that, and the fee that we get for that is 1.3%, but then we share that with the workforce groups, like because they're all part of that monitoring process.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on and get these bills out of here. Do one or the other. Thanks, Dale. I appreciate it.
Sure.
So we're back to Alderwoman Pihl. And Alderwoman Pihl, what we're going to do is we're going to start with Board Bill 71. Just give a quick, what does Board Bill 71 do? I know we talked about the whole package. So this is now for you to micro and say, okay, this board bill does X and the next one does X, and then we're out of here. Okay. Board Bill 71 is before us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board Bill 71 is the reissuing of a tax increment financing, a TIF, for the redevelopment plan that has been amended.
Okay. So I am going to move that we pass Board Bill 71 out of committee with a due pass recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Davis,
Aye.
Alderman Cone, Alderman Coder,
Abstain.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad, Alderwoman Morton,
Aye.
Alderman Narayan,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Chairman Boyd,
Aye.
President Reed,
Present.
Alderman Cone.
No.
7 aye votes, 1 no vote, 1 voted present, and 1 abstain.
By your vote, you have passed Board Bill 71 out of committee with a due pass recommendation. Next board bill before us is Board Bill number 72, sponsored by Alderwoman Pihl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board Bill number 72 is amending and restating the redevelopment and financing agreement for the city Foundry.
Okay, I move that we pass Board Bill 72 out of committee with a due pass recommendation.
Second.
Previous row.
Then moving to second. Any objection to previous row? Hearing none, Board Bill 72 passed out of committee with a due pass recommendation. Next before us is Board Bill 73, sponsored by Alderwoman Pihl.
Board Bill 73 is getting approval to issue the sales and use tax exemption and also approving the $1.8 million for the equitable development contribution that will be distributed between north of Delmar 50% and 50% in terms of the 17th ward at this point in time.
Okay, I move that we pass Board Bill 73 out of committee with a due pass recommendation.
Second.
Second.
Previous row.
It's been moved to second. And there's a previous row. Any objection to previous row? Hearing none, Board Bill 73 comes out of committee with due pass recommendation. All right, Alderwoman Pihl, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the HUD committee.
Thank you very
Okay.
much. Thank you very much for your support.
The next ride on the roller coaster is Board Bill number 2. Mr. President, you are recognized on Board Bill number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. We have a committee substitute that should be in the drive for Board Bill number 2. I'd like to first make a motion and second to get that committee substitute before us, and then have Tom Shepard, my chief of staff, to walk through Board Bill number 2. And there are a number of amendments. I have a couple, and then there are a few from the members of committee. You'll also find those on the drive. And if anyone's having a problem finding them, please let us know. The clerk has done a phenomenal job of making sure that they're all numbered, so that you'll see those on the drive. So with your indulgence, I move that we bring committee substitute for Board Bill number 2 before.
Second. It's been moved and second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Davis,
Aye.
Alderman Cone,
Aye.
Alderman Coder,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad,
Aye.
Alderwoman Martin,
Aye.
Alderman Naran,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Chairman Boyd,
Aye.
President Reed,
Aye.
and I vote.
Okay, now what's before us is Board Bill number 2, committee substitute. President Reed.
Well, first, thanks for the committee, and thanks to the committee members and members of the board, everybody that took part in this, that sent in recommendations. We were able to get a lot of those recommendations factored into the final board, this committee substitute, as you'll be able to see as we walk through it. I think this is just a phenomenal opportunity for the city at large to have a transitional moment, a transitional time where we can begin to transition some of the areas across the city and some of the households across the city that have been long left behind, and provide massive relief for COVID. I think that this is our time to get those things done. And again, I just want to thank everyone that has participated in it thus far. And Mr. Chairman, if you're okay, I now will turn it over to Tom Shepard from my office that can walk through the committee substitute. Tom, please go ahead, proceed.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Mr. Chairman, well, first I'll just say that as President Reed said, this committee substitute does include many of the suggestions we got from members of the board and some suggestions from the community. It has substantially changed from the board bill that was originally introduced. And Mr. Chairman, would you like for us to do the amendments first, or would you like for me to go over the committee sub as it is right now?
Yeah, since the committee sub is before us, I would prefer that you go over the committee sub as presented.
Okay. All right. If you look at the committee sub, so the beginning on page 1, nothing has changed from the original board bill. These are just the whereas clauses and a description of the ordinance. And if you move on to page 2, and that I believe would be the second whereas on the copy you're looking at on page 2. Sorry, I have to keep bouncing between copies. On page 2, the second whereas, we've entered the actual amount of rescue plan funds that the city has gotten in this first release of funds. So in the previous board bill just had an estimate. It was 275 million. We got a little less than that. It's 249 million at $38 or $38,027. You know, the rest of these whereases, there's been changes to reflect, you know, again, the actual amount received and the fact that we are including in this board bill, which wasn't originally in the board bill, the ERA 2 funds, which are the emergency rental assistance funds. There's $12 million that we, you know, a little over $12 million that we also have gotten, and those funds are received, and we're including those in the ordinance. They were not originally part of Board Bill 2. So then we move on to the sections. And so there's section 1, again, it's just going, the only change is that we've added, we changed some of the language describing what the funds are, you know, and putting in language regarding the local fiscal recovery. We put that language in there, as well as the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. We just added some language to help describe what the funds are, and added the fact that we're also including in this the ERA 2 funds. Section 2, the changes in section 2, again, we had to include language about the ERA 2 funds and the Comptroller establishing accounts for those as well. And also we added language that, you know, instead of in the previous original version of the board bill, the breakdown of the expenditures within a department were written within the board bill language in each section. So in this committee sub, all of that detailed information is now included in an exhibit, which is exhibit 1. So that language at the end of section 2 is new language. Now for sections 3 through 14, or 3 through 15, I'll refer everyone to exhibit 1. And, you know, first we'll just go over the amounts that are included. I mean, that's the meat of it, the dollar amounts. And then I'll go back to the sections in the board bill and discuss any of the language changes that are already included in this committee sub. So I'll give everyone a chance to pull up exhibit 1.
Is exhibit 1 in the Google Drive?
Yes, it's in the Google Drive.
I'm having problems finding stuff. So what folder is it in?
When I looked, I believe it was in a folder for board bills.
So the only thing I see in board bills is the original board bill 73. Well, it's 1, 2, 71, 7123, and then original board bill number 2. I don't see anything else in
Nothing else.
board
Chairman, do you see a folder that says folder 1, board bill 2, committee substitute above that?
Let me look.
Above that, at the top.
Like
to the top left.
Oh,
top left.
Top left. Let me go out again and come back in.
Directly above board bill 2 combined 3.pdf.
Am I? Oh, okay, there we go. You're right. Okay. Yeah, at the top left. Got it. Okay, and then, okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, I'll give everybody a minute to
Everybody should have received this within 24 hours, and I would be surprised if anybody did not read this because it was a talk of the town, all night long.
All right, I'll proceed.
So Tom, would you go ahead and talk through the language and how language changed and what it means so that we can, move on to questions from the committee and other
Okay,
members?
so you don't want me to go through the numbers, the amounts on the exhibit?
Yeah, I do. But I
Okay.
thought you wanted to go through and explain. You said something about explaining the narrative or something.
Yeah, I was going to go over exhibit 1 first, the numbers, the actual dollar amount.
Okay, go ahead.
And
Go ahead, take it away.
Categories, and then go back into the language.
Are you sharing your screen?
I'm not.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
Working on.
We can
notes on it.
also have, I think Mary may have the presentation. We can have Mary share it and you walk through it, or you can share it from your desktop, either way.
Yes, we could do that.
I'll put it up.
And Mary, is there any way you can expand zoom your screen? So, oh man, that's looking good. Go one more time.
How's that look?
Can you go one more time? It looks good to me. Oh, you got it. All right, Tom.
Okay. All right, so exhibit 1, Board Bill 2 committee sub. If you look at the first section, first Department of Health, there's 7 categories with an appropriation amount listed on there. These are the exact recommendations that were presented from the Stimulus Advisory Board. So these are the exact amounts: $500,000 for canvassing and community outreach, $1 million for community health workers, $2,250,000 for behavioral health providers, $5 million for community violence intervention programs, $1 million for youth-led programming, $1 million for mobile vaccination clinics, and $500,000 for vaccination, education, and marketing, for a total of $11,250,000. Again, this is these are the exact categories and amounts as recommended by the Stimulus Advisory Board. The next section, Department of Human Services. There's $35 million. Let's see, was it a little over 12? About 14 line items. $12 million is for the rental and utility assistance. This is coming from the ERA 2 funds, and you can look to the right of the exhibit. It shows the source. These are coming from the ERA 2 funds. There's $2,500,000 for mortgage assistance, $500,000 for real and personal property tax forgivable loan fund, $250,000 for accounting and legal compliance, $1,250,000 for intentional encampments. There's $1,386,370 for safe haven, $8 million for emergency shelter, $750,000 for case management and program operations, $1 million for a call hotline and centralized intake, $1,250,000 for wraparound services, $1.5 million for bridge housing, $3 million for rapid rehousing, and $1.5 million for permanent supportive housing. Similar to the Department of Health, the categories listed above for the Department of Health, the categories and amounts for the Department of Human Services are the same as was recommended by the Stimulus Advisory Board. that was appointed by the mayor. The next section, Affordable Housing Commission, got 6 line items totaling $5,600,000, $1.5 million for public benefit navigators, $400,000 for legal assistance, $450,000 for mediation, $2 million for tiny homes, $250,000 for community outreach, and $1 million for community-driven food production, processing, and distribution. Well, again, a total of $5,600,000. And as in the previous 2 sections, the sections, line items and amounts appropriated to Affordable Housing Commission are the same as was outlined by the Stimulus Advisory Board. The next section, we have the St. Louis Development Corporation. There's 10 line items here and amounts, and I'll go over them. $2.5 million for small business and nonprofit revolving loan fund, $1.5 million for technical assistance hub, $450,000 for job training for software development, data management, and analytics, $100,000 for workforce development, $5 million for St. Louis City Small Business Grant Fund, $20 million for the Citywide Housing Development Fund, $20 million for Dr. Martin Luther King Economic Development Fund, $3 million for North Grand Boulevard Economic Development Fund, $5 million for West Florissant Economic Development Fund, and $5 million for Natural Bridge Economic Development Fund. Now, there have been some items that are added in this, they've all been added to the board bill in this committee sub, because the stimulus advisory proposals were not part of a board bill. But if, for those that want to compare what's in the board bill versus the stimulus advisory board recommendation, what's been added to the board bill is $450,000 for job training for software development, data management, and analytics, $5 million for a St. Louis City Small Business Grant Fund, $20 million for the Citywide Housing Development Fund, $20 million for the Dr. Martin Luther King Drive Economic Development Fund, $3 million for the North Grand Economic Development Fund, $5 million for the West Florissant Economic Development Fund, and $5 million for the Natural Bridge Economic Development Fund. Moving on to the next section, CDA. There are 7 line items being funded or that are appropriated in this committee sub under CDA. There's $1 million for food assistance, $1.5 million for direct support for care workers, which will include an agreement with the Mental Health Board, $250,000 for Gateway Go, $250,000 for the Digital Literacy Education and Community Outreach, which will include an agreement with the St. Louis Public Library, $2 million for senior services, $2 million for supporting providers of early childhood education and childcare, and $15 million to fund our Healthy Home Repair Program. For those who would like to know the difference between what's being appropriated to CDA in the legislation compared to the Stimulus Advisory Board proposals, everything that the Stimulus Advisory Board recommended is in the board bill. And in addition to that, there's $15 million going to our city's Healthy Home Repair Program. Next, department or agency that has line items being where they're getting money appropriated through the board bill is St. Louis Agency on Training and Employment, also known as SLATE. There's a total of $4,900,000. A little over $2.5 million for year-round youth jobs. A little over $250,000 for case management and wraparound services. A little less than $250,000 for summer youth jobs. $900,000 for adult education, literacy, and skills training, and $1 million for child support arrears for individuals entering the workforce. So again, it's a total of $4,900,000, and these, the appropriated amounts and line items in the committee sub are the same as the recommendations that were presented from the Stimulus Advisory Board. Next department is Parks and Recreation. There are 4 line items in the committee sub. $464,000 for learning labs, $650,000 for Nothing But Nets basketball league, $500,000 for behavioral health recreation programming, and $100,000 for New Dimensions soccer program. The first 3 line items, learning labs, Nothing But Nets, and behavioral health recreation programming, were all recommendations of the Stimulus Advisory Board. New Dimensions soccer program for $100,000 has been added or is in the committee sub and was not a part of the recommendations of the advisory board. Next department with line items having money appropriated to them is the Board of Public Service. There's 3 line items. $1,500,000 for expanding broadband and public Wi-Fi, $750,000 for intentional encampments, and $250,000 for equitable micro transit services. The items are the same as was recommended by the Stimulus Advisory Board, except the line item expanding broadband and public Wi-Fi is $1,500,000. The Stimulus Advisory Board had recommended $1 million, so that line item in the board bill is higher than what was recommended by the Stimulus Advisory Board. The next department is Information Technology Services Agency. There's 2 line items. Data analytics and software is $662,000, and high-speed Wi-Fi in rec centers is $100,000. For a total of $762,000. These line items and dollar amounts match the recommendation from the Stimulus Advisory Board. The next line item in the board bill is the Planning and Urban Design Agency. The Planning and Urban Design Agency for neighborhood and capital planning, there's $1 million appropriated in this board bill. And that is the same amount as was recommended for this department and that line item by the Stimulus Advisory Board. Next line item department is the Police Department. Board Bill 2 Committee Sub has appropriated $5 million for uniformed police officer overtime. The next line item is the Comptroller's Office. There are 4, the next department, I'm sorry, is the Comptroller's Office. There are 4 line items. $150,000 for auditing services, $150,000 for accounting and monitoring staff, $125,000 for financial services, compliance, and sub-recipient monitoring, and $125,000 for legal services, annual and quarterly reporting. This is different from the Stimulus Advisory Board's recommendation in that there's more money and more duties under the Comptroller's Office than the financial services compliance and subrecipient monitoring, and the legal services annual and quarterly reporting were, per the SAB board, going to be items under the mayor's office. But with the comptroller's office being the finance department of the city, it seemed more appropriate that those items would be under the comptroller's office. Also, in the original SAB proposal, those line items, they were in the mayor's office and they were $250,000 each. In the committee sub, they are $125,000 each. The next department having money appropriated to it in the committee sub is the mayor's office. There are 4 line items. There's $125,000 for consulting services, which would include a project manager and a transparency portal, $75,000 for project management staff, $37,500 for translation services, and $75,000 for marketing and communication. Again, so in the original or in the proposals, the recommendations submitted by SAB, financial services and legal services were under the mayor's office. That's changed. And the amounts that the SAB board recommended were roughly double for all of the 4 line items than what's currently included in the committee sub. There were a couple other items that were part of the SAB recommendations that are not part of the committee sub. There was a $5 million that was for the treasurer's office, which there was nothing given to the sponsor, and I don't think the committee before this committee sub was entered on exactly how that money would be used. And so they didn't have any kind of real way of explaining where that money would go. And so it was left off of this committee sub. And also there was $1.4 million for just various things, I guess a contingency pot that we, didn't have any indication of how it could have been spent and what the parameters would have been on how it was spent. So that's not part of Exhibit 1 of the committee sub. So now I can go back to some of the changes in the board bill. Find it.
Okay, you still got it, Tom.
Okay, so I'm going, now I'm back to the board bill language and the various sections and some of the language changes that are included in the board bill. So again, a board bill 2 was introduced as a boilerplate board bill. There weren't any amounts in it. It was introduced to get the legislative process started. Section 3, so the language is substantially changed from the original board bill. A lot of the language in the original board bill is now not in Section 3 because, again, as I mentioned earlier, in the original board bill, the breakdown of expenditures that I just went over in the exhibit were included in the board bill language. So that breakdown is no longer in the board bill in the committee sub, and the actual dollar amount that is listed in the exhibit for Department of Human Services is now included in the language in Section 3. And there's also a reference to Exhibit 1. That's really what the language changes do for Section 4. Section 3, sorry. Section 4, these are the ERA 2 funds that were not anticipated in the original board bill as introduced. So this is acknowledging that, we're appropriating a little over $12 million in ERA 2 funds. And that, like the amounts in Section 3, will be under the Department of Human Services. So we added the fact that we've received those funds, they're being appropriated to be, and we're authorizing the Department of Human Services to make, negotiate, and execute any and all contracts. And we're making reference to Exhibit 1 as well. There's also language, and this language comes from the Stimulus Advisory Board for some of the money that they recommended to be appropriated under the Department of Health and Human Services. Like I stated earlier, the money that this board bill appropriates to the Department of Human Services are the exact same amounts and line items as were recommended and presented by the Stimulus Advisory Board. So there's language added within this board bill that was not in the original board bill that gives the authority of the Director of Human Services to execute an intergovernmental cooperation agreement with the St. Louis Housing Authority in regards to use of some of the ERA 2 funds. There's also, I believe, some other, so later on in the board bill, there are some other agreements that this board bill would be authorizing, but there's no more in this section. Section 5, again, the language has changed substantially. Most of it because instead of detailing how the amounts would be spent within the board bill section language, that detail is included in Exhibit 1. So there's a reference to Exhibit 1, and now that we, actually have money, and know how much money we got, and we didn't know that when the board bill was introduced, there are actual amounts for these different departments and categories included in the board bill. So Section 5, it would appropriate $5,600,000 to the Affordable Housing Commission. And there's, again, reference to Exhibit 1, which was not in the original board bill. And like the original board bill may not have, in this section, it didn't have the Affordable Housing Commission, this section in the original board bill related to money going to the St. Louis Development Corporation, which is going to be covered later in a later section. Section 6, again, I won't say this again, but all of these sections are going to be changed substantially. A lot of it's going to be due to the fact that there's an exhibit now detailing the spending as opposed to detailing the spending within the ordinance language. So Section 6 shows an appropriation of $62,550,000 to the St. Louis Development Corporation. And that's $62,550,000 is detailed in Exhibit 1. Additional language that's added that gives some small detail to one of the programs that's included, the North St. Louis Commercial Corridors funding. There's an amendment in the drive that adds a lot more detail, but I'll just read what's in the committee. So for now, additional language, this funding includes funds to build wealth and community along 4 areas comprising 8.5 miles of historically underserved North St. Louis commercial corridors by providing grants to stabilize small businesses and economic development nonprofits, as well as grants to cover a percentage of costs for business development projects when paired with funds by the applicant entrepreneur. I'll move on to section 7. And also section 6, this does anticipate, as I stated earlier, this anticipates more money going to the St. Louis Development Corp for those programs than was recommended by the SAB. Section 7, this appropriates $22 million to the Community Development Administration as was outlined in Exhibit 1. And again, included within this is $15 million for the Healthy Home Repair Program. There's also, as I stated earlier, there were going to be some other agreements that were contemplated that we would also be giving authorization to enter into in this ordinance. One would be the executive director of CDA or is there a designee is authorized to execute on behalf of the city 2 intergovernmental cooperation agreements. One with the St. Louis Mental Health Board, where we would transfer up to $2 million to support providers of early childhood education and child care, and up to $1,500,000 to the St. Louis Mental Health Board to support providers of direct support care. And that's also included in Exhibit 1. So these are the amounts, and there's also an agreement contemplated that we would give authority to enter with the St. Louis Public Libraries as well. So that's included in the language, and those amounts are also detailed in Exhibit 1. But within the board bill in this section, we give express authority to the department director to enter into those intergovernmental agreements. And I believe that's, those are the only 2 in that section. Section 8 is hereby appropriated $11,250,000 to the Department of Health. There's reference to Exhibit 1 that we just went over on how that money is being used. And, any written detail is removed from the section language, and all the detail is in the exhibit. Section 9, $1,741,000 to the Department of Parks. This is the amounts, how they're used, again, are detailed in the exhibit that I just went over. Section 10, appropriating $4,900,000 to Slate, as outlined in Exhibit 1. And there's the same dollar amounts and items that were suggested by the SAB board. Section 11, $762,050 to the Information Technology Services Agency, and there's an exhibit there's a reference to Exhibit 1 showing that the details can be found there. Section 12 appropriates $1 million to the Planning and Urban Design Agency as shown in Exhibit 1. Section 13 is hereby appropriated the sum of $2,500,000 to the Board of Public Service for the items described in Exhibit 1. Again, from the recommendations from the SAB, we added money for Wi-Fi and broadband, $500,000. Section 14 appropriates $550,000 to the Comptroller's office as outlined in Exhibit 1 for monitoring and financial services. Section 15 outlines $312,500 to the mayor's office to be used for marketing and project management and the other things outlined in Exhibit 1. Section 16 is new language not related to the exhibit. So Section 16 deals with monthly reports being made to the Board of Aldermen on the spending of the funds. It provides that on the 10th of each month after the bill passes, until April 2023, the mayor's office shall present to the Board of Aldermen HUD's committee and provide a written report regarding planned expenditures and detailed expenditures made to date. The plan should detail how data will make and inform decisions are in line with healthy equity principles, addressing COVID-19, including but not limited to collecting, analyzing, and reporting data disaggregated by age, race, ethnicity, gender, disability, neighborhood, and other socio-demographic characteristics. So basically this section provides that the mayor's office will give the board, HUD's committee, a monthly report on the spending and how that spending is having the impact that it should have. Section 17 is a new language that does not relate to the exhibit directly. This is language that was requested by some members of the Board of Aldermen regarding the intentional encampments and for no federal funding to be used within their wards towards creating an intentional encampment. So I'll give you the wards. I won't give you the, just a second. Okay.
Yeah, we don't need the boundaries.
Huh?
Yeah, we don't need the boundaries. Ward number is good enough.
Right. I'll give you the wards. Ward 2, Ward 3, Ward 4, Ward 5, Ward 14, Ward 16, Ward 19, Ward 21, Ward 22, and Ward 27, all asked to have their wards exempt from any of that kind of spending. There's also section 17, which I think there's an amendment on this subject. The section 17 relates to conflict of interest. It's new language to prevent the appearance that confidential information, authority, or influence on any governmental decision could have been gained through involvement in the Stimulus Advisory Board. Organizations who had employees or board members as representatives on the Mayor's Stimulus Advisory Board will not be allowed to contract for any of the services for which funding is appropriated in this ordinance. Again, I believe there's some amendment language that deals with that. Section 18 and 19, severability and emergency clause. And I'll take any questions, I guess.
Okay,
So
so
let you take it, send it back to you, Mr.
yeah, thank you. So, Mr. President, we're back to you, sir.
Right, thanks. As you can see, this is a big bill, this is a big board bill, but this is a big subject, and we're doing a lot of good work on every corner of the city with this board bill. There are a number of amendments, and the clerk, like I said, the clerk is, they're out on the drive. Hopefully everybody has them. But the first amendment is being offered by the Alderman from the 7th. So, Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, I'd like to invite the Alderman.
Actually, Mr. President, what I wanted to do is I want to just go around the committee and have the committee, ask questions about the substitute. And if they want to offer an amendment specific to that area that they have a concern, just let us know. And then we'll come on the back end and do amendments.
Okay.
Okay, so Alderwoman Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any specific questions. I think that those things that have been added and or changed are very appropriate at this moment. I'm probably still a little concerned about how we actually do as much as we can to promote improvement with the vaccinations, as well as working with our crime crises. And what brings me to that
Need to
is
let the windows up in the corner.
New York has just declared that their crime problem is a health crisis. And I could tend to say the same thing for the city of St. Louis. And we may need to add some additional things later on, but I believe this is a good beginning. And I know that we'll have to come back through this process again. And so I will hold my additional thoughts for any other appropriations until that time. Thank you.
And thank you. Alderman Cone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time this afternoon. I know it's been a long meeting. I've got a ton of questions. I suppose, is now the time to also offer amendments, or?
No, what I like you to do is you can talk about what's great about the bill, what you have concerns about, and what amendment you like to offer when we come to amendments to fix whatever concern that you have.
Sure. Thanks for the clarification. So I guess, I'm also curious. I know that we got feedback from our aldermanic colleagues last week. The chair solicited our feedback on ideas over the past week or so. But part of the reason that we undertook this process was also to get more public input. So I'm just curious what public input has come in? Where did it come from? Is there someone from the president's office that might be able to answer that?
Well, let me start off as chair telling you. First of all and foremost, the public input came from the 3 hearings that we had. We had, 2 back-to-back, was it last week? And then we had, or was it week before last? It's all run together now. But we had 2, and then one was specific to businesses, but we also included other people as well. And I actually learned quite a bit, from that public input. That's how some of the recommendations actually got put in the committee substitute, but also recommendations from the colleagues. Some people were very, very thorough, like Alderwoman Heather Navarro, Karen Spencer, very detailed in some of the recommendation of concerns. And other colleagues were just okay with it as presented. And so I personally, as the chairman, respected everybody's considerations, but at the end of the day, it wasn't my board bill. And I'll let the president respond to, that question as well.
Yeah, I just want to thank the members of the public that showed up at the meetings, that sent emails and picked up the phone and called to give us their questions, comments, and concerns. And as you said, Mr. Chairman, some of the things in this bill reflects some of those, right? So again, I'm just appreciative of everyone who took the time to do that. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, as you remember, we were very generous on the front end of giving the new mayor as much time as we could to come into her office and get her affairs in order and to get organized and to figure out what her priorities was. It took over 45 days to get that done. We were up against a very tight deadline with our stuff, but I'm really happy with the outcome. I think we've gotten a lot done in a very short period of time, and I think we've made the bill better.
Okay, but my question though, Mr. President, is, I wasn't able to participate in one of the meetings last week due to a funeral, but aside from that, we did have the online tool for submissions. What came through there, how many came through, what were they for? I haven't seen those as a member of the committee. I'm curious what the public has to say. I'd like to know. I believe that those went to your office or the clerk, and so I mean it would be helpful to know what those are. That was my question.
We'll send you a copy of all the written comments that were made. I believe that those also have been or will be shared with the clerk so that he can distribute them also.
Okay.
And to that point, wait a minute. To that point, I'm glad you brought that up from the 25th Ward. I requested information early on, about from the Stimulus Advisory Committee about data, and I haven't received it. So I can certainly appreciate it. I'm glad you asked this question because I actually forgot about the portal. So thank you for asking that question.
One's from the mayor's office. We still have
And I think, the diversity of the data and the comments is a key thing.
Wait a minute, Tom. Alderman Cone has the floor.
Sorry, Alderman Cone.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, I certainly recognize a lot of the needs that are identified in here. I think that, there's certainly many more that can be addressed, and there's, different phases that we're going to be addressing these things in. And so, I can appreciate that. And, certainly will look forward to future discussions around additional spending. I do have questions. I kind of briefly talked to the chairman about this before the meeting. I am just curious though, not that I'm opposed to it. I'm actually very supportive of these types of things, but federal dollars usually require certain reporting and even time periods for spending. Otherwise we lose that money. And so with the kind of, I think it was 3 different corridors, MLK, Morrison, North Grand.
It was 4.
What, like, are there plans in place currently?
Sure. I'm glad you asked that. So thank you. And I'm just want to say I'm overly excited about the opportunity. Again, we all should be looking at this as a once in a lifetime opportunity of support from the federal government. And yes, you're right. Time is of the essence on spending these dollars, but we have to spend these dollars as in a way that can actually help rebuild our communities, right? I mean, I certainly support all the social service sectors and doing their part, but we also need a lot of brick and mortar. And let me talk to you just a little bit about the corridor. So $20 million for MLK corridor. MLK corridor from the city limits to Jefferson is what it's designed to support. So it's basically starts in the 22nd, and then you move to the 26th, you move to the 1st, you move to the 4th, you move to the 18th, you move to the 19th, you move to the 5th. So there's about 7 different alder people that touches. And what I'm so excited about is people say so often that MLK is like the worst street in every major city that you go to. It's a lot of slumness, a lot of blight. And I'm even more excited about our new director of St. Louis Development Corporation, Mr. Neil Richardson. And being a young man that grew up in our community, that really understands the issues that African Americans go through. And I want to be supportive of him and what he wants to bring to the table. And so this is just a great partnership for us to start off with. We need to do, I like that term, warp speed, when they talk about the coronavirus, and we need to move at warp speed to come up with a vaccine. We need to move at warp speed on rebuilding our neighborhoods. And so $20 million along that corridor, that's an average of per mile, about $4.3 million per mile. Now, of course, it's not going to be equitable, like the first ward gets so much and the 26th gets so much. It's wherever we can attract developers to build. This is our time. And in some portions of these corridors, there are people actively working on plans. Some, I think on Grand, for example, there was an organization that applied for some money and they didn't make it. And what's so cool about this whole experience is the city only has a small pot of money with the home funds, with the block grant funds, with affordable housing funds, and you'll have 10 applications, but you may only be able to fund 4 out of those 10. So now we can go back to those 6 because that's what we call shovel ready. They're ready to go. They just didn't get funding. And so I'm going to be working with Mr. Richardson. I'm sure he'll be, supportive to want to work with me. I hate to stand out there like that, but I'm pretty reasonably sure he would work with me and all of us in these distressed neighborhoods to try to court, if you will, developers to come in our wards and on our boulevards to do development. And so it's $4.3 million on average along that particular stretch. And then you have on Grand, which is 0.5 miles, you basically have, if I did my math right, that's basically like $6 million per mile, to do some development on that particular stretch. And then you have West Florissant, which is 1.5 miles, which is $3.3 million basically for that particular stretch per mile. And then you have Natural Bridge, which is 1.8 miles, which is 2.78 million per. And so these numbers are not necessarily arbitrary, but they're kind of like the prime the pump numbers. I really wanted to have $40 million along MLK, but I thought, we better start slow because we may not be able to spend the money. And so that's why we looked at those particular corridors that are very important to the African-American community that were once thriving commercial districts. And so that's how we came to the conclusion. And that was me. So that's why I'm responding to you with that. I take full responsibility and credit for that. With the support of my colleagues, because it ain't all about me. Let me be clear. I don't want to sound arrogant.
Thanks for the clarification, Mr. Chair. I just, my concern is that, we appropriate these monies and then unfortunately due to either a lack of planning or a lack of support or time, that we lose access to those funds. And I would surely for that to happen as well.
Well, and that's a great point too, because I remember the mayor when she was running. What was her comment? She said something about St. Louis is not a poor city, we're a stingy city or something like that. I remember being stingy or something. And when it comes to development, especially when it comes to our social economic depressed neighborhood, we've been too stingy. We've gotten caught up in this is the way we do it, and this is the matrix we've been using for 20 or 30 years, and we got to move past that. I'm of the mindset that if you need to give 35% of gap financing in order to make this deal work, it's worth it. It's worth it at the end of the day. And we want to support nonprofits as well as for-profit organizations.
So the other thing that, and again, I support, I believe most of the items that are outlined on here would probably actually support giving more money to some of them. I've got 3 amendments that I'd like to propose. One would be adding more money into the direct.
Can you speak louder?
I'm speaking as loud as I can, Alderwoman Evans. I apologize. I don't know if I'm practically yelling into my computer as it is, because I know that we were having issues with that on transportation.
Okay, I'm sorry. I always have a problem hearing you. I hear everyone else. I don't know if it's my computer or yours. I don't know.
I use my computer throughout the day and I don't really have an issue with it, but I am talking as loud as I can without literally shouting at my computer at the moment. I just lost my train of thought though, but I want to say that the amendments.
Yes.
The amendments, the first one is, to restore the direct cash assistance to our citizens that are in need because the state has stopped the supplemental unemployment. The other one is addressing the administrative costs. I know, part of that was removed from the budget here, but when you look at, and Chairman, you're familiar with this with the Prop S funds. We get roughly, $900,000 on average in that account, and we spend, I think it's somewhere between $50,000 and $75,000 for the, just staff for that particular program, and that's like $1 million. We're talking about $150 million here, and they're going to need some contingency funds for administrative costs that are going to come up over the course of time with administering these federal programs and the various, and especially since we've increased the number of programs that we're now providing with this committee substitute, I think we need to restore those funds. And then lastly, although there are several more that I would like to offer, and we'll work with our colleagues to do so in the next phase of funding, I think that I've been having conversations with the Board of Elections for the last year and a half now on upgrading their infrastructure to be more agile in emergency situations and in a pandemic, and actually moving over to the anywhere voting process that St. Louis County has already adopted. They have already gotten quotes for services and things of that nature, and estimate that the cost for the hardware in order to do that, implement that, is in the neighborhood of about $2 to $2.5 million. And then the additional cost for training and implementation is around $1.5 million. So I've got an amendment for a $5 million allocation over to the Board of Elections. I think we all kind of experience this on a regular basis, where people get turned away from polling places because they've moved, or because they've lost their home, or because they lost a job and had to move in with family members. And then in addition to that, just to be more agile with the kind of super sites that we set up for polling with the stadium and library systems and whatnot during the pandemic, or the height of the pandemic, that this provides some flexibility for our partners in the Board of Elections to be able to do their jobs and serve the citizens and voters of our city. So, I'd like to offer that amendment when it comes time for it as well.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and President Reed for working on this, and frankly to the mayor's staff and the members of the Stimulus Advisory Committee that worked hard on a number of the proposals that ultimately are included in this committee substitute. I'm planning on supporting this and a number of the amendments. I think trying to drive some development to some of our hardest hit parts of the city and our economic corridors there is a great addition. I also, despite what some of my colleagues are saying, I fully support and was one that suggested moving the $5 million towards police overtime. I mean, that's roughly the amount that was cut from this year's budget. Looking at previous budget years, the past few, we've spent around $16 million per year on overtime, and this year we've only budgeted 11. Which, we talk about budgets being living documents, and that's fine. I think we should be honest about what we're budgeting. And frankly, with the shortage of police officers and the rise in violent crime that we're seeing, I think it's important to make sure that our police department has adequate resources to police the streets. The president himself, not of the board, but of the country, echoed this just recently, about 2 weeks ago, where he said, use these rescue plan dollars for police overtime and police pay. And in fact, the Treasury Department put out additional guidance on that very line item, which authorizes using these rescue plan funds for overtime. Maybe our colleague from the 15th hasn't seen that updated guidance, but she's certainly spending a lot of time spreading misinformation online about it. So I hope that will stay in the bill. I see we just recently received some additional information from the mayor's office, 5 minutes before this hearing, about her plan, I guess, for these direct payments to individuals. I wasn't able to attend that first hearing, but found the answers of her staff totally unsatisfactory as to these one-time payments and the criteria for those. I see we now have a few more details, but I don't know that I'm comfortable proceeding with that, especially in light of, we've got federal funds that are being given out through direct allocations, and we have state unemployment benefits that I know have been cut some, but are still being given out. I would support, lottery type programs to encourage vaccinations and things, but I don't know that I'm going to be supportive of just direct cash payments when we have so many other, critical city needs. So I'm looking forward to the amendments and discussing those and getting this passed today and a healthy debate, I guess, on the floor. I don't know if we're going to do that Friday or next week. And thanks everybody for working on this.
Okay, Alderwoman Pam Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, President Reed and Merritt Jones, for working on this. And I'm happy to say that we had a majority of representatives from the Board of Aldermen that put their input in to let people know what they felt. I was happy also that the chair of the board of HUD ensured that the public was heard loud and clear. So I think we covered our obstacles and we didn't ignore anyone. And so I'm going to support this bill for us to move on to the next page. And I need people to understand our city is in such a crisis. It has such high needs. And so we're not going to get it all right the first time, but we are willing to come back to look at other things that we need to address. So thank you all.
All right, thank you. Alderman Muhammad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have much to add. I want to thank the president for working on this vital piece of legislation and being inclusive to all of our needs, wants, and desires, especially needs of the community. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership on this very daunting and hard task as well. Thank you both. I'll support this bill in its totality.
All right, thank you. Alderwoman Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank everyone for their time. I know everyone's worked hard. I know everyone has, or most people have given their input. I'm not to beat a dead horse, but we can't sit here and pretend like we couldn't take action on the money that was coming or take public input until we got the mayor's recommendations. It's been repeated over and over again that we're our own body, and that did not preclude us from having any hearings and not changing hearing dates at the last minute either. We could have had set hearings with public input. We could have collected data ourselves. I'm kind of repeat what Alderman Cohn said. I like a lot of what is in this bill. I support most of it. I think a lot of it is well thought out. But when we have 50% of the bill of where we're not putting homeless encampments, and then some random development ideas with no data. I know that a lot of folks probably haven't visited South Broadway in the 11th Ward. I didn't particularly feel like asking for word-specific line items, but this is just kind of just throwing stuff at the wall at the last minute in a lot of ways. The 50% of the bill being where we're not putting homeless encampments really does nothing to help us. The reality is, and no one wants to say this, is that no one wants homeless encampments in their ward. No one wants them, or most people don't. I shouldn't speak for the entire board, but their constituents don't want them, whether it's a park or whether it's, by their house or under the interstate. Today I saw that Square downtown wants a homeless encampment moved. There was a lot of criticism for downtown folks who wanted, or residents who wanted that homeless encampment moved downtown. And now it's suddenly okay to move the encampment, and everyone's all over the place on the unhoused issue. We have a crisis. The city is left dealing with this crisis because many of the advocates that come down and talk to us or make recommendations or go after us on social media, a lot of advocates don't live in the city, and I don't know if they're really going to their local municipality to talk about these issues and see how they're spending their money that they're getting. I understand the city's getting a lot more than a lot of our area municipalities in St. Louis County, but we are left with that burden. And instead of having something that's well thought out, we're just saying, oh, not my ward. And I just don't really think that's a responsible approach with the amount of money we're getting. The other issue I have is the police overtime. I think we all want some sort of police reform, but what we're doing is not working. And we have an issue in every department, be it the police or forestry, where we just use overtime pay to pad low pay. And that is one thing I think that every branch of this city could get on board with, is we have to figure out a way to incentivize folks to stay or to be hired. And that game where we're playing, where you can just work overtime, it's not working. We're not hiring more people in any department. We have so many open positions. And again, this is something that we really need to sit down and figure out. I'd be okay if some of this money ensured that 911 calls were being answered, but I don't see that happening either. So maybe what I'm saying isn't particularly popular with everyone, but I just want to share that, and I look forward to further discussion in the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Wright.
Thank you, Chairman Boyd, members of the committee. So just a couple of questions here real quick. So the website that we put up, the feedback from that, did that come to us as part of the written testimony, or did we not see the individual feedback that we got from the website?
I think it may have come as part of the, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. President.
Yeah, I believe it may have come as part of some of the written testimony, but the site is still up, so we still get stuff in. So what we'll do is make sure that anything that has come in there, that everybody has a comprehensive list of whatever's come in there.
Okay, and then as far as the infrastructure that we see there, I don't have a problem. I think the whole city needs, we need a lot of help with infrastructure. So how did we determine which corridors were selected for this, for these infrastructure spendings?
Well, I can tell you that, again, that was one of my initiatives. I was passionate about development and passionate about home repair. And so that's why I kept saying my plan was to do at least $15 million of home repair. These corridors came about because these were prominent commercial districts in North St. Louis over the years. And it's our time. It is our time to get our fair share and to do redevelopment at a speed unheard of. We want to create opportunities where people know this is the spot. We want to create, like Central West End was reborn, 30 years ago. We want to recreate Forest Park Southeast when they did Manchester and that particular neighborhood. So that's how those neighborhoods came about.
So let me rephrase my question then, because I'm certainly not saying that we shouldn't do that. Why were other corridors not included, I guess, in the infrastructure?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Good question. Well, again, I want to make sure that this process was as inclusive as possible. And that's why I directed the clerk to ensure that he sends an email out to all my colleagues, all of us, to provide input, not just members of the HUD's committee, but all members. And so it was up to each and every one of the alder people that represents their constituency to offer up some recommendations. But guess what? The good part about this is we're not done yet. I'm hoping that we can continue to, my commitment is that we can continue to work on this during the summer session. I always tell people I work 24/7. We may be on summer break, but my phone still rings. I still get emails every day. So I'm willing to have meetings, especially with my colleagues, on something as important as this.
Absolutely. No, I guess I wish that we would, rather than doing it by ward, look at it as a more holistic, or north side, south side, even look at distressed areas, and invest into those distressed areas. I agree with 100% of what you're saying. I just think that there's more still to do, basically.
You're absolutely right. But let me point this out, because this brings up a really good point. The city spent probably $500,000 doing the equitable economic development study. And they wanted to create this framework of where do we go now. And so this actually fits within that model that they came up with. So we've already gotten a head start. We already pretty much know most of the data. We know where we need to go. We know what we need to do, but we don't know how to do it. And that's what requests for proposals are for. So we're priming the pump with these millions of dollars, and the expectation is we get developers like Steve Smith, who was doing the Foundry, the bills we heard today from Alderwoman Pihl, to give us some options. And then we as a community pick the best option.
So we haven't determined yet if these funds would be grants or revolving loans or the funding mechanism itself.
Yeah, we have not. That's the administration. And that's why I'm telling people, I am very supportive of the mayor when it comes to development in these socially economic distressed neighborhoods. And I'm confident that the new executive director of St. Louis Development Corporation is going to come up with a policy that works, that makes sense. That's not part of how we've always done it. And so, and again, I don't like to over legislate in policy in board bills. You know, we need to leave it open and just create board bills or frameworks for us to govern ourselves. And it's up to the administration to do the right thing.
Sure. And then, so in theory here, just so I'm on the same page as you here. So in theory here, we would get these funds in, the administration and SLDC would decide whether these were going to be grants, whether they were going to be some sort of revolving loan fund. And we'd start with these 4 corridors, at least under Board Bill 2. And we're going to get another bite at the apple, certainly. But we would create that framework basically for Board Bill 2.
Exactly. And then my prediction is by the time we come back in September, you know, Gravois may be added, Cherokee may be added. I mean, there are other in Cherokee, we already know it's kind of on fire, you know, with being redeveloped. And so if we missed an opportunity this time, there's still hope. There are a lot more opportunities forthcoming.
Great. No, and you know, I'm looking forward to working with you on development on the north side, the south side, you know, central corridor, the whole city. You know, we have infrastructure needs. We have roads that need repaved. We got bridges that need to be rebuilt all over the city. So I'm certainly a fan of working with you on that. To shift gears a little bit, Section 17, so there's 2 Section 17. So the first Section 17, which is the opt-out clause for the intentional encampments. This is more of a question than a statement, I guess. I was looking at the potential of doing this back when we had the air quality control debate. I was looking at the potential of allowing certain areas to opt out, and I was told at the time that legislation that did that would be unconstitutional. Is there something different here that makes it constitutional? I mean, I just don't know. I'm asking.
Well, you know, this is kind of like liquor moratoriums. I guess we'd have to say liquor moratoriums are unconstitutional. I look at this as a zoning, you know, issue, kind of, sort of, although it didn't, you know, it's not specific to zoning, but I look at it from that point. And I'm not a lawyer. I always tell people, you know, I practice it, but, you know, it's free services. But I've never tried in court, but I win more cases than I lose on the street. So I'm not sure. That's a good question. So
then the only other thing that I have, so I do have some concerns there, but hopefully we can address those either on the floor or, you know, in the courts or wherever all that would get addressed. And then for the second Section 17, I do have an amendment there that I can, I know that you don't want to get into the amendments right now. You just want to be aware that there was one. Yeah. So I do have an amendment there. Just wanted to bring that to your attention. And that is all I have for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Alderman Comptroller, Vice Chairman. Okay, while I'm waiting on him. Oh,
Yes, Chairman, sorry.
can you give me 3 minutes?
Sure.
It's we're at Alderwoman Evans.
All right, Alderwoman Evans. Sorry, I was getting a snack. Alderwoman Evans, you're up.
Okay, all righty. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair and Mr. Chair and the President and members of the committee. I hate he stepped away because one of the questions that I wanted, but you may have the answer. What was the amount designated for the MLK corridor?
I'll defer to Mr. Shepherd on that.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Sure. Sure. There's 20 million in Exhibit 1. There's $20 million appropriated for that. It's a little under 5 miles, a 5-mile stretch of Dr. Martin Luther King.
Okay. And I guess as soon as we get this bill passed, we'll be able to access those funds, right?
Yes, as soon as it becomes law.
Yep. Yes.
Okay, yes. Okay, so that was it. I just wanted to know what was designated. Oh, what are the other 4 corridors that were mentioned besides the MLK?
There's a North Grand Boulevard corridor, a West Florissant corridor, and a Natural Bridge corridor. I can give you, there's actually an amendment in the drive that gives the boundaries, but I can give them to you now. So it would be MLK from the city limits of Wellston or St. Louis city limit to Jefferson Avenue is the stretch of Martin Luther King. For North Grand, it's between Cottage and Hebert. For West Florissant, between Acme and Union.
What was that?
Between Acme and Union. And for Natural Bridge, between Kings Highway and Vanderveer.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
All right, I think that concludes questions from members of the committee. Chairman, are you back?
I am back. Okay. I don't see any hands up of anybody else. Let's move right along. So let's move into amendments. I'm gonna go back to the president, and then we can go into amendments after that. Mr. President, what's your wish?
I'm good to move into amendments. I know people have been here for a while. We want to make sure we can't afford to lose. So I'm ready to go to amendments.
Okay, sir, there are amendments in the Google Drive, but they don't show a sponsor.
Yeah, amendment number 1 is being offered by the Alderman of the 7th.
Okay. So Alderman of the 7th Ward, you're recognized on amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Amendment number 1 is pretty simple. It will simply add to the board bill, page 27, line 16, after line 27, after the words Union Boulevard to the point of beginning, and then it will insert the boundaries of the 7th Ward and the boundaries of the 10th Ward. You know, this is basically adding to the neighborhoods. They're the wards that are, I guess, unwilling to host homeless encampments sponsored by the city. In the 7th Ward, I can tell you we have many encampments as it is, both in downtown parks and under many of the interstates overpasses of the 7th Ward. And these are a constant source of frustration and issues for law enforcement and for constituents and businesses in the 7th Ward. And it's just something that I'm not going to get behind, and I don't think my constituents will. And the Alderman from the 10th felt the same way. So this amendment just seeks to add those 2 boundaries into the sort of exclusion areas.
Okay, Let's see if we have any questions. Alderwoman Davis, any questions about amendment number 1?
Mr. Chairman, I have no questions. I'll make a quick statement. For a lot of people who don't know, some of us have a number of opportunities for transitional housing, overnight housing, permanent housing, and have had it for years in our wards. And so we're doing our fair share, but we will not have intentional encampment because people deserve decent quality opportunities to live. And that's what we should focus on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is Alderman Cone.
These are just questions and comments about the amendment, correct?
Amendment number 1. We're on amendment number 1.
Yeah, you know, I share my frustration, or the frustration of many of my colleagues. I, you know, struggle with the unhoused and fairly regularly, and you know, want to take the most compassionate approach to helping those who are in that situation in life, and also, you know, but also recognizing that my ward in particular, because of the affordability, you know, I have organizations like St. Patrick's Center and St. Peter and Paul and Salvation Army, and, you know, a slew of other nonprofits that already own housing stock in my ward and provide either, I mean, you can call it intentional housing, but, you know, temporary housing or sheltered housing for their various nonprofit organizations. And, you know, I've been through this process already a little bit with the mayor's office, because I did get an email several weeks ago, maybe about 2 months ago, around the possibility of an intentional encampment being in the neighborhood. But frankly, I thought the area that they were planning it in might have been a potential candidate, but they weren't even looking in that area. And so I was a little bit surprised by the area that they were looking at. And, you know, was actually told that they're no longer looking at that as a prospect because of the conditions of the property. So, you know, that being said, I really kind of also have to take umbrage that so many of my colleagues have just automatically signed up, you know, opting out of this, because I think we all have certain areas in our ward that might be appropriate, you know, irrespective of how we feel about, you know, the particular issue. Our wards are pretty large, and, you know, generally speaking, there's likely a place within each of them that something like this could potentially be successful. You know, but I know we all kind of struggle with some of the same challenges when it comes to these types of activities and whatnot. But you know, I do think that with the intentional housing, it does provide some wraparound services. They are trying to be more thoughtful in how that's done. I think all of us should have questions around just that, you know, what are those wraparound services? How are they going to be provided? And also how it's going to be sustainable moving forward, because it's nice to have the, you know, one-time drop in the bucket cash to set these things up, but how are we going to continue to sustain them in the future? But I think it's a little disingenuous on the part of our board to just unilaterally say, well, we don't want these in our neighborhoods. You know, I think that we should still take a thoughtful approach to how we're handling our unhoused brothers and sisters, you know, and how we might be able to give them a leg up. You know, I share many of the frustrations of my colleagues, but I do think that it's a little disingenuous to just completely opt out. So I believe that the amendment, if I understand my colleague from the 7th Ward correctly, is expanding the number of wards that are opting out in the committee substitute. And, you know, I would have to vote against that.
Okay, thank you very much. Alderwoman Pam Boyd.
Okay, yes, Mr. Chair, and I think people are kind of taking this to another level that it shouldn't be. And I don't think it's where people don't want the unhoused in their community, because contrary to what the former people have, all the people have said, North St. Louis has tons of unhoused in their communities. That's how our brick homes are being set on fire. That's how drug addicts are living in these properties. And so we have those people in our communities. It's not that. It's to the point that we don't want them in a tent on the ground in the air or whatever. If they're gonna be, let's do it right. Let's do it where they're housed. Where Alderman Shane is saying he has St. Patrick's Center, they have spaces for those people. They're in rooms. The Salvation Army, they have spaces for those people. And so all we're saying is, we don't want tents set up with people out there washing up and doing stuff in the public, because they have dignity. That's dignity on them that we're not looking at taking care of them in a dignified manner. And so mental illness is a big issue. And so people need to say what it is as the big elephant in the room. A lot of this is mental illness. And so we need to address the mental illness issues. But we're not saying we don't want the homeless in our communities, because we have them in our community. But we don't want them in tents on the ground, as Alderwoman Davis said. They need to have some kind of dignity about themselves. And we need to make sure that we're doing that. So it's not that we saying we don't want to deal with the homeless, because we deal with them on a regular basis. But we want to make sure that they're treated fairly and kind. I think what's going on downtown is undignified for those people, and they shouldn't be living like that. Living under bridges, living in the park, and now it's real hot, and in the winter it's real cold, and that's not how they should be living. And so I feel that we need to have a plan, and we need to get with Sam Page, and they need to work with us as a city, because contrary to what people believe, the county is dumping people in our city. And so they need to take some dollars and come to the table and let us fix this permanently in regards to the homeless people or unhoused or whatever you call them. But I call them people that need help. And we need to come up with a plan to say how we're going to do that. And it shouldn't be a plan putting people in a park with a tent, and they have no running water, they have no toilets, they have nowhere to clean themselves up or live a decent life. So that's where I'm at. You know, I think we need to look at this, and we can come after we vote this out. We can come back to the table, bring the city and county together, and look at how we can improve this process and treat people with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Muhammad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to support this amendment. If we're talking about permanent residential housing for the homeless or for the unhoused, then we're on to something. What we're talking about doing right now is literally putting them in vacant school lots and other vacant parcels and calling it a camp. The problem I have with that is, in my ward, I already got poor people. I got poor people, I got poverty. You're going to invite more poverty into my neighborhood, and I'm trying to change that culture. I'm trying to change that narrative. That's the issue for me. We're not talking about giving them real wraparound services either. We're not talking about 24-hour care. We're not talking about security. We're not talking about mental health. We're not talking about real resources, tangible resources that's going to help them and lift them out from the current conditions they are in. Now, anybody that knows me knows I care about the homeless. I operated a homeless shelter in my ward for 180 days at a church with no city help. Literally got by with the president of the Board of Aldermen giving $100 every other week just to make sure we can buy toilet paper and food for the homeless people that we were serving. And we served right around 213 homeless families when we did operate this homeless shelter. So I care about the homeless. So to say that it's disingenuous, that's a slap in my face. I'm not going to accept that. I'm not going to accept that whatsoever. You got me messed up for real. But the only schools in the city of St. Louis that's vacant, that has not been turned into apartment complexes yet. We have 20 schools now. With the few more schools that's slated to close, it'll be up to 20. 15 are in North St. Louis. So you're talking about putting homeless people only in North St. Louis. I feel for my colleague in the 7th Ward because his community is saturated by homeless people. I feel for him. And I don't want the same thing in my neighborhood. I want my neighborhood to grow. I want to develop. We definitely have to give people the help they need, but this ain't the way. And it's not going down in my ward. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know I already talked about this, but the issue is that we have a lot of people who just do not want to be housed, and that is the problem. And it goes beyond just finding someone a place to live. I completely understand my constituents. A majority of them, I am going to venture to guess, do not want homeless encampments either. But when we divide this up by ward, we're essentially doing what we're doing as a region and just pushing people all over the place rather than finding solutions. I have a lot of unhoused folks in my ward. We've had encampments. This is not just a north side problem. I welcome anyone to come down and take a look around my ward, and it's not hard to miss in the parks or just out on the street. So I really think this is something that, again, we can't just push around from ward to ward. We really, as a collective body, need to work with the experts in this matter, those providing services, and at least try to propose some solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Orion.
Thank you, Chairman. So, you know, I agree with both Alderwoman Boyd and Alderwoman Martin on this. You know, I think that what everyone is pushing for in this, when we come to the unhoused population, is to get roofs over heads, especially before winter comes. I know that the county does not seem to be doing their fair share of allocating resources to this issue. I agree with her when she says, you know, sometimes people don't believe it, but the county, you know, will just let homeless folks out in the city. You know, we've seen that here in the 24th Ward. We border the county, and on occasion, you can see that sort of thing. But I think that breaking this down ward by ward is a mistake. We've seen that in various things that we've done throughout the city that need to be a comprehensive program. When we break it down ward by ward, it falls apart on us. We end up pushing the problem into each other's wards is all, and there's not a centralized solution for it. We see it with things like traffic calming. When I'm looking at these intentional encampments, I'm thinking about things like the Veterans Community Project that we all just looked at and many of us supported. If we can look at projects like that and locate them in places that have access to jobs, access to places to buy food, access to hospitals, you know, things of that nature, public transit, you know, all of that, we can actually help people get back up on their feet. There are people, of course, who are not ready or do not want to be housed at the moment, and you know, some of them, it's going to be much harder to get to the bottom of how to solve that problem. But I think that just simply opting out wholesale it's going to make it harder to find a solution that works here. Additionally, like I brought up previously, I'm just not sure how it's constitutional when I've been told in the past that allowing wards to opt out of things is unconstitutional. So on this amendment, I'm just going to vote present. I'm not going to try and get in the way of it, because ultimately this bill needs to get pushed forward, and I'm not trying to hold anything up, but I certainly want to take a harder look at whether or not this is something that is legal. Thank you.
You're welcome, Alderwoman Evans.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have several facilities in my ward that cater to the unhoused. I don't know if you have heard of Pastor Mike, but he has several places where he, like I said, cater to the unhoused. When you have facilities that cater to the unhoused, you should not be able to identify them as being unhoused. You shouldn't be able to identify them from the house. If we're going to do this thing right, we need to have facilities where they're treated with dignity. They have a place that they can put over their heads. They get the resources that they need. And it should not, the ideas of the tents just puts me in mind of wartime. I'll put it that way. And I would not feel good having to live in a tent. As many vacant buildings and vacant lots that we have, there should not be a problem with having housing for the homeless or the unhoused. And I hope this bill will help take care of that problem. That's all I have to say.
Okay. I think what I'm hearing is there's probably half the Board of Aldermen that's not interested in having intentional encampments in their ward. And the majority of them seems to be in North St. Louis. I disagree that it's disingenuous for us to keep it real, because the aldermen, we know what's going on in our neighborhoods. We even know, like Alderwoman Evans said, we know who are helping people in the unhoused community in our neighborhoods. A lot of the unhoused people in my community, they're from this community. And like Alderman Boyd said, they sleep in vacant buildings. They end up burning them down because they're trying to stay warm. They have real mental health issues. And we're not getting to the root of the problem by putting them in a camp. As someone who has slept many a days in a tent, it's not a lot of fun. It's not something I would choose. But if you're mentally ill, you don't mind, because that's what you do. I hear what the Alderman from the 24th is saying. I'm questioning whether this is a good idea, period. Maybe there should be an amendment that just zeroes it out, because this was not well thought out. If it was, then the alderman would have been involved. I mean, if this was a board bill right now that just dealt with intentional encampments, I think the administration would say, maybe we go back to the drawing board, because there's a lot of pushback from the Board of Aldermen. But what I feel like in this board bill and these recommendations by the advisory committee, they're just going to give us what they want because it's a great idea that somebody came up with. I'm not sure, what the methodology was they came up with. I'm not sure what data they analyzed. I know for a fact, if people from the west side, you tell them that there's a nice encampment over there on the south side, they probably not going to stay there because they don't know that community. They know where they are. And we do have enough of that. We have so many issues in North St. Louis that giving us an intentional encampment is just not right. On so many levels, it's not right. If you want to prove a point to me, put it in the 8th ward. Start one in the 15th ward. Start one in the 17th ward. Start one in the 13th ward. Start one in the 12th ward. If you want to impress me with this is a great idea, start there. You know why? because those are socially, economically thriving communities. Show me what it looks like make it a mixed income community if you want to do it. But it's not going to benefit the majority of the people that live here. Some of the aldermen already said, people in our neighborhoods, they're not going to want that. And if it happens, they're going to wonder why we didn't fight like hell to make sure that it doesn't happen in our community. Maybe the right thing to do is to back up, call a timeout, zero this out of the board bill, and work collaboratively, the Board of Aldermen and the administration, on how we really make a good fix. I'm going back to my colleague from the 27th Ward. I couldn't have said it no better because she took my thunder. Where is the county on this issue? We heard during the mayor's race, oh, crime is a regional issue. Oh, homelessness is a region. We heard all those fancy, trendy terms. Let's put it to action. Where is Dr. Page on this? Where do St. Louis County government stand on this issue? I've heard for years, I've been here 18 years. I've heard, I can't prove it because I didn't see the police car. St. Charles dropping them off down on Laclede Landing. St. Louis County dropping them off downtown. Other counties, we are, I don't want to say this maliciously, but when it comes to the house, they literally just dump bodies in our community. You know why? Because we care. Because we care. And they know the city is going to do something because they're going to do much of nothing. And if I'm wrong, show me the way, St. Louis County, Franklin County, Jefferson County, St. Louis County. Make me wrong. Make me eat my words. But there's a lot of land in unincorporated St. Louis County. Why can't, if you want to do it, build a whole new facility with all the wraparound service and all the social workers and everybody and the doctors in there, and put a big green space for them to sit in a tent, live in a tent if they want to. So they can sleep in that tent. Just like you imagine that they sleep on the vacant school grounds. And it's so, certainly they're not going to sleep on asphalt. That would be horrible, putting tents up on asphalt. So if you want to do this, let's do it right. There is a message in the fact that so many aldermen are saying, not in my backyard. Why? There's a reason. Quit trying to make us do stuff. So I'm not going to call you out, but you know who you are. Stop trying to make us do stuff. Sit down and talk to us, listen to us. Let's collectively do this. This my way or the highway is not going to work. It's not going to work for this administration. It will be the demise, I promise you. We better get it together. Who said it? I forget, somebody said it. I don't know if it's Alderwoman Martin or not. But we need to get this together and we need to do it right. And we don't have to fight about it because every one of us, I truly believe, care about the unhoused population. Every one of us that says not in my backyard, it does not mean that we don't care. It means enough is enough. And let's do something better than this. We're not doing anything with encampments but enabling people. If they have a mental problem, let's deal with that. Quit talking about we got to get to the root of a problem, and we're not getting to the root of the problem. Putting Band-Aids on solutions is not going to work. That's just triage. We need surgery. We need to do this skillfully, that it works for everybody, not just some. So I'm in fully support, but as the chairman of this committee, I would also accept an amendment to zero it out so that we can back up and do a timeout. So I'm going to vote for this. But by the time we come back around to the last amendment, if somebody want to make an amendment and we can all agree, I will be your biggest cheerleader because I don't want to get sued. I want to do it right. I'm going to say this for the next 2 years. I'm not getting on trendy trains with nobody. I'm going to do what I think is right for the community that I represent, period.com. With that said, Mr. President, then we're going to go for a vote. Any comments?
Chairman, if I
Mr.
could,
President.
Chairman, I offered the amendment. Could I briefly close?
Wait a minute, Mr. Wait a minute. Oh, we on the president?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think I'm last in seniority on these committees.
Sorry.
That's what messed you up. No, Mr. Chairman, I think you summed it up quite well. I mean, there's nothing else that can be added to that. So I'm supporting this amendment. I think it's a good amendment, and I think people should have the ability to represent the wards that they represent. I don't think that this, and speaking as a person who was homeless, not for a week, a month, a day, but for an extended amount of time, well over a year and a half, almost 2 years. So I know this personally, and having people sleep on the ground, having them do it in a condensed area is not helping them. I don't know how many of you have slept in encampments, but I have. And some of the things that go on in those encampments that a lot of people could deal with, because when you step out of your little enclosure in the morning, someone may have defecated right there at your door. That's the kind of stuff. And when you sit down to eat whatever scraps, whatever you were able to put together, guess what's sitting right next to you? That, right? It's that kind of things within these encampments that are just inhumane. And Mr. Chairman, one of the things you raised was right on point. You said, whether they're going to do it on blacktop, that's exactly what those school parking lots are, blacktop. And this is not a humane approach. We could take those same funds and put them into enclosures and programs and services that would provide more support for the homeless. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like I said, you summed it up.
Okay. Before us, amendment number 1, sponsored by Alderman Coder. I'll take a motion on that.
Move that we adopt amendment number 1 to Board Bill 2 committee substitute.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Davis,
Aye.
Alderman Cone,
No.
Alderman Coder,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad,
Aye.
Alderwoman Martin,
No.
Alderman Ryan,
Present.
Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Chairman Boyd,
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye.
7 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 1 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion of the Alderman from the 7th Ward and adopt amendment number 1 to Board Bill number 2 committee substitute. Next before us is amendment number 2 to Board Bill number 2 committee substitute.
And then
Sponsored by
Ryan, Alderman from 24.
Alderman from 24, you recognize on amendment number 2.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. This is a pretty straightforward change to section 17, and that's going to be the second section 17 on your board bill, which is the conflicts of interest section. So beginning on page 27, line 17, we would strike through to prevent the appearance that confidential information, authority, or influence on any governmental decision could have been gained through involvement in the Stimulus Advisory Board. Organizations who had employees or board members as representatives on the Mayor's Stimulus Advisory Board will not be allowed to contract for any of the services for which funding is appropriated in this ordinance. And we would replace that with, to ensure the selection of providers based on merit, all providers seeking contracts with the City of St. Louis must engage in a competitive bid process in accordance with Ordinance 64102, the rules and procedures for professional services agreement established by the Board of Public Service and 2 CFR 200, uniform administrative requirements, cost principles, and audit requirements for federal awards. Additionally, all recipients of ARPA funds must affirm their compliance through a conflict of interest form subject to verification by the Comptroller. So under the existing language, and this is a friendly amendment here. I spoke to President Reed prior to the meeting here. Under the existing language, there would be some issues where organizations like the United Way, the International Institute, Bi-State, Paraquad, and even some small business owners would be exempt from even applying to get some of these funds. And we have this existing social safety net that the mayor used in her, she used members of that on the advisory board to come up with some of the ideas that we were putting forward in this bill. I think to exempt them simply because they came forward and kind of heeded the call that the mayor put forward to get members of the community that are a part of that safety net and have that subject matter expertise, to exempt them from being able to apply for and receive these funds would just be a mistake. I don't think that this is the time to reinvent the wheel. Additionally, this puts forward both our own ordinance and the applicable federal law. And I'm happy to take any questions. I think it's a pretty straightforward amendment, though.
From the 24th, would like to make a motion on amendment number 2.
Yeah, I would move to adopt amendment number two to Board Bill 2 Committee Sub.
Second.
Is it moving second, Madam Clerk? Please call the roll.
Alderwoman Davis,
Pass.
Alderman Cone,
Aye.
Alderman Coder,
Aye. Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad,
Aye.
Alderwoman Morton,
Aye.
Alderman Narayan,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Chairman Boyd,
Aye.
President Reed,
Aye.
Alderwoman Davis,
Aye.
and I vote.
By your vote, you've adopted amendment number 2 to Board Bill number 2 Committee Substitute. Next before us is amendment number 3. Mr. President.
Amendment number 3 is being brought by the Alderman of the 25th Ward.
From the 25th Ward, please proceed on amendment number 3 that's before us.
So I don't have them in chronological order. Mr. President, can you let me?
Yeah, amendment number 3 is an administrative contingency fund.
Okay, so this is basically outlining what I shared earlier, which is just restoring the contingency fund to the original $1.4 million. And is aligned with basically what our expectations might be in terms of administering the various programs that are outlined for the $154 million different grant dispersals that we're working with right now.
Okay, let's take questions from the committee. Alderwoman Davis.
I guess my concern is most of the funds are going to various departments to be spent. Department of Health, Department of Human Services, St. Louis Development Corporation, and also there was a couple others. So who else needs administrative money?
No, so this would be administered through the mayor's office to oversee the expenditure of these funds, similar to what we do with Proposition S, where there's a program manager that manages the grant allocation funds for those different programs that we fund from the Board of Aldermen from the Public Safety Committee. So that's a $1 million pool of money that we allocate roughly, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair, but generally speaking, it's to about 20 different organizations or more that we're supporting with $1 million, roughly $1 million or just shy of that each year. We have a program officer that's responsible for that, just for that $1 million. That's about, I want to say it's about $65,000, $70,000 salary expenditure that we automatically take off the top for that. And this is 154 million. There's obviously dozens of different allocations that'll be going out that will need oversight, and they'll need reporting to the federal government as a result of those allocations as well. And so this will provide staff and other administrative expenses, to basically administer the federal monies.
I guess my next question is, would it be better for that contract compliance and monitoring to come out of the Comptroller's office?
So
That's what they do.
So most of the departments, though, that these funds are being expended by are reporting through the mayor's office. And so this would be supportive of, and it's, again, very similar to what we do with the Proposition S funds, which go through the public safety department and are administered by an employee that's in the public safety department. So this is, funds that are being administered through various city agencies that report up through the mayor's office, and they'll have the staff to be able to do the various reporting and audits and whatnot to account for funds, and make sure also from a programmatic perspective that they're doing what we're instructing them to do through these appropriations.
I guess I need to think for a moment, because everything you just said again sends me back to the Comptroller's office and those various departments that will be sending out RFPs. They really do report back to them, not to the mayor's office. So I'm going to think about that. Thank you.
Okay, Alderman Coda.
Thank you, Chairman. All right, looking at this, Alderman, I guess I guess I'm a little bit scratching my head that it's weird. I mean, I understand we have a person in public safety, and there's $1 million contingency for administrative costs there for those dollars, because when I guess we created those dollars, public safety didn't have the bandwidth to do this. I don't really understand how someone from the mayor's staff can't, oversee this process as part of their daily job duties, why it takes, I guess, a special staffer simply to allocate these funds. But I guess the more troubling part I see in this amendment, and I don't know if this is a drafting error or if this is done in an effort to be sneaky. The second sentence of the amendment basically authorizes E&A to move any of the funds anywhere. It says the Board of Estimate and Apportionment is authorized to allocate the contingency funds. Okay, that's fine. They're contingency funds. That's what they're for. And to reallocate 2021 coronavirus local fiscal recovery funds appropriated in sections 3 through 16 above for the purposes described on Exhibit 1. I mean, that's so broad. I would think that allows E&A to just move anything around, despite whatever we do here today. If I'm reading that wrong, let me know.
So E&A has the ability to do that through their normal process, through their normal appropriation process. So, anything that might come up, and Mr. President, you're shaking your head, but literally we go through that with the budget process. We go through it with other federal grants that come through here. But, to your point, why do they need staff members to see this? I mean, just in the first two sections alone, going to the Department of Health and the Department of Human Services, there's roughly 25 different grants that are being awarded through those two different departments. They don't have the staffing in those departments to be able to accommodate all of the follow-ups that are necessary. When you're doing these types of programs, I don't know if you've had the benefit of sitting on the subcommittee for Prop S money, but there's a lot of legwork that goes into following up with the various agencies, departments, and the federal government and other, funding agencies.
I sat on it for 3 years with Chairman Kennedy.
Right. So, I mean, you should probably be aware that there is a lot of work. I mean, that person does a full-time job just administering a grant program of $1 million to 20 different agencies. And there is a lot of follow-up that's required of that individual in particular. But I think that with respect to why do you need to have additional staff? As I mentioned, just the first two line items on here, as I was counting them up, it's roughly about 20, 25 different line items that we're sending out money to, millions of dollars for various programs, and each one of those is going to have to be administered, have oversight, and also make sure that they're getting done. I mean, it would be a shame if we just allocated these funds and then none of them actually got done. I mean, that seems rather fruitless.
Is it still, oh, I guess I still have the floor, sorry. Okay, I guess I'm still not comfortable with that second sentence. I appreciate your time, Alderman. I'm gonna vote against the amendment.
Okay, Alderwoman Boyd.
Thank you. I'm listening to everybody. And so I said in the beginning when that came up that I was not comfortable. And to me, it's like really not respecting those directors of those committee, of those departments. And it's not respecting the comptroller because they all do oversight. So I just, I'm not comfortable. So that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Okay, Alderman Muhammad.
I have nothing, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Alderwoman Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to walk through this and make sure I understand it. It's the funds that are, maybe I'm being dense here, it's the funds that are appropriated through lines 3 through 19.
Sections 3 through
I'm sorry, yes, section 3 through 19. And with this, and I don't know if you know this or not, but with the money that we're discussing today, it is executed as grant, like in a grant manner, correct?
Correct.
It's not like we're getting a blank check and we're just going to divvy it up and write these, send it to each department, correct? You have to, someone has to do the compliance work, correct?
They're federal money. So, while it's a direct stimulus from the federal government, there's still going to be federal reporting.
It's not just, sorry, you're cutting out. It's not just a check.
Correct.
Every single expense has to be accounted for.
Correct.
Okay. And the mayor's administration is basically requesting more assistance to oversee that.
Yeah, and again, this is administrative contingency in the event that they need to hire additional staff to accommodate the appropriations that we're making here today.
If we don't pass your amendment, then it defaults to the comptroller?
If her staff is able to do it, I would imagine that is a possibility, but the comptroller was the one that recommended this contingency.
Okay.
So, I mean, for those that are defaulting to it's the comptroller's responsibility, she was the one that recommended the contingency fund.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Narayan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the comptroller, I'm just trying to make sure that I understand this. So the comptroller is responsible for the oversight of this at the moment, but the comptroller has asked for more spending out of the mayor's office to create a position to oversee this.
This is potentially multiple positions, Alderman. This isn't just one position. That's, I mean, obviously it's $1.4 million.
Sure.
So this would be things like a project manager or a program manager to oversee the various funding to ensure that it's being spent in the manner according with the appropriations that we've made. It's following up and coordinating with various city departments to ensure that the appropriations that are being made are, being spent in accordance with the ordinance, and then also reporting back to the federal government on the different finances as it pertains to, Board Bill number 2 and its various appropriations.
So the person in charge of oversight here has asked for help, basically.
Correct. And, coming from both the mayor's office and the comptroller's office, they're both supportive of the amendment.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Alderwoman Evans.
Okay, I have none at this time. I listened to some of the questions that the previous alder people have asked, and I have gotten the gist of what's going on.
Okay. This looks like some fraggle bull. I mean, section 16. We might as well just stop what we're doing today and just not even. I mean, what's the point of going through any amendments and doing anything if ENA is just going to go around us and do what they want to do? No, that is absolutely not getting ready to happen. I can't even believe that the comptroller, that we have $550,000 in the comptroller's office, $150,000 for accounting service, $150,000 for accounting and monitoring staff, $125,000 for financial service compliance and subrecipient monitoring, $125,000 for legal services, annual and quarterly reporting. That's what the comptroller does. We get grants all the time, and within these grants there are exhibits, and we tell whoever the person giving us the money, this is how we're going to spend your money. I've never in the history, and I'll stand to be corrected if somebody proves it to me, that there's a contingency that's called whatever I see needs fit. That's not responsible government. That's not transparency. Transparency is telling us exactly what you're going to do right now. This is not building a house. This is not building a building. This is staff. This is real money, and we're talking about spending it on people. No, absolutely not. There is something nefarious going on with this, and it's making us look real stupid as far as I'm concerned, because that language is very clear. If we pass this, we're basically saying, don't even have any more meetings. Let's just let the comptroller, the mayor, and the president do what they want to do. I am diametrically opposed to this.
So, Alderman, I would be supportive of removing that specific language. That language was actually in the CARES Act from, when we had the first round of stimulus money underneath President Obama. So, that language is language that this board has passed in the past before using stimulus funds. But I am happy to remove that particular language within this amendment if that makes you feel more comfortable.
But not only that, why don't we just say what we're going to use it for? It's bigger than just trying to give ENA a wild card. It's why don't we say who we're going to spend the money on? That's not fair. That is not transparency to say, oh, we're going to do 1.4 million in whatever we feel like it as the need arises, but we never have to come back to the public to say anything. We should do it right now. And I'm sorry, they will probably do it at ENA, but who pays attention in the throughout the year, right, Alderman Cone? When we do board bill number 1, ENA moves that money around constantly, and most of us are not paying attention to it. Let's do it right now. I'm a hard no. Sorry. Alderman Cone, I need you to grab this for me.
Yes, Chairman. Okay.
And I was up next, I believe.
All right, President Reed.
Last on the list. Look, I couldn't be more against this amendment. When you look at the money that we already have in place, we have over $500,000 in the comptroller's office for auditing services, accounting and monitoring services, financial services, and legal services. We have over $300,000 in the mayor's office for consulting services, project management manager, and creating a transparency portal for, again, project management staff, translation services, marketing and communication services. So that's over $800,000, nearly $1 million of this money that could be used elsewhere that is going to be used for these services, and I support that, which is why, I'm hoping everybody supports it because it's in this bill. We are taking up a second round of funding. If they're able to spend through nearly $1 million in the next 60 to 90 days, I don't know what they're doing. So there is absolutely zero need for this contingency fund. When we adopt this ordinance, the accounts and the pools will be set up as outlined in the board bill. We are not giving or turning over the authority to the Board of ENA to transfer that money out and use it for whatever. The reason that language was in the previous board bill was because the city was under an emergency order. And under that emergency order and the time frame that we had, it was the best solution that we had and the best thing we had going. Also at that time, the health director had his ability to overspend and to move money between accounts because, again, we were under this emergency order. So again, I cannot be more against an amendment than this one. I mean, it does not do what is being advertised at all.
Mr. President, I offered to my colleague from the 22nd Ward, the chairman, I am willing to remove the section that you all seem to have an issue with, which is the reallocation of 2021 coronavirus fiscal recovery funds. Would you be open to that amendment?
Yeah, absolutely not, because again, we're already giving both offices, the mayor's office and the comptroller's office, nearly $1 million to provide those services that you say we need to provide with this additional $1.4 million. And I don't see any way possible for them to spend $800-some thousand across the next 60 to 90 days before we get through the next round of funding. And if they are, I think we need to take a deep look into how they were able to spend that on staffing.
Mr. President, are you done?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, Alderwoman, let's see who's in seniority. Alderman Mahal. You have your hand up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. That may have been an accident, but
okay.
Thank you for calling on me anyway. Real quick, my colleague from the 25th had mentioned the past administration and the CARES Act funding, but he said under President Obama. So did you mean President Trump?
No, I was actually referring to the AARP funds, but it was also in the CARES funds that was underneath Trump as well.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's all I want. Thank you.
This is not uncommon language. I mean, it's used in other board bills that we've passed previously by this body. So this is not new. We have literally passed ordinances in the past, not just the CARES Act, but other ordinances as well, using this language. But like I said, I am happy to remove that particular language in this amendment if it satisfies the concerns of this committee.
I want to mark.
To do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alderman from the 25th, I do have a bit of concern. The amount does seem high. Is there any breakdown of how many people would be hired?
Yeah, so I mean, it's a contingency fund. It can be used by the mayor's office. It can be used by the comptroller's office. And, frankly, I know in the past, the president's office has used contingency funds to hire staff down at the Board of Aldermen for oversight of various programs. I believe you did that. We did hire someone on a temporary basis down at the Board of Aldermen underneath a CBA agreement for reporting purposes. So it was like a fiscal 8. I'm sorry, Mr. President, I think you're muted.
Mr. President, hold off. You're muted. Hold up. Go ahead, Alderman Collins.
So, but my point being is that, it's a contingency fund. It's one that could be used by any city department. Frankly, I would include the Board of Aldermen in that as well, but certainly the mayor's office and the comptroller's office would have access to that for administrative oversight of the funds. And also, you know, so that again, contingency in that respect, but also, you know, I think the other important thing to, you know, note is that this is less, you know, when you look at either the various, you know, fees that we collect for SLDC for development, or the, you know, grant program that we're administering through Prop S, you know, it's roughly, you know, 5 to 10% administrative costs for just grant oversight. And, you know, having previously worked in the nonprofit sector, you know, that's also pretty standard when you're doing grant writing from an administrative overhead perspective. And we're way short of that already with the $800,000 that the president, you know, just listed. And so, you know, the additional 1.4 million in contingency as a reserve to address any potential shortfalls so that we can make sure that we are moving forward with spending these monies in a judicious manner.
And then what happens if we don't spend the full amount?
It would go back, you know, and to appropriations for future appropriations.
Okay, I didn't know because of this being, you know, this obviously isn't general revenue, if how that works. Because everything is pretty specific. So I didn't know if we don't use it, if we lose it, or how that.
I mean, I think that like many of the other things that we're talking about today will depend upon how quickly we're able to spend money and where we're able to deploy resources and be able to bring those resources to bear for our citizens.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Alderman, I'm gonna say this and we're gonna take a vote on this. I don't think it's a fair comparison to use the Prop S, because in Prop S, we hire somebody to basically be the administrator of that particular sub-grantees. Just like the health department has people, they issue money. Cure Violence being an example. There's somebody in the health department that's administering that Cure Violence grant. So that's really not a fair comparison. This is almost like, you know, the fox guarding the chicken coop. You know, the comptroller is the fiscal watchdog for the city of St. Louis. Had the comptroller said, I need $1 million because I'm gonna have to hire 20 people to do all these tasks, I think that I'm willing to listen to that. But for the mayor's office to monitor their own staff, that doesn't even sound practical. So with that, Alderman, do you want to make a motion on your bill, or you want to just lay it over? Because we can always, if it looks like the sky's falling these next 60 days, when we come back in September, we can put it back in there, something more reasonable. What do you want to do?
I mean, I'll take a vote on it now.
Okay, let's go. Make a motion.
Sure. I make a motion that we approve amendment number, what was this, number 3 to number 2, committee substitute.
The motion fails for lack of a second. Next before us is amendment number 4. Amendment number 4, Mr. President, where are we?
It's either going to be the Board of Elections or the targeted cash assistance. I don't know.
This is the targeted cash assistance.
Okay. So this is just restoring the targeted cash assistance to the total $5 million that was initially proposed. And I'll open it up for questions from the committee.
Okay, zeroed out. Okay. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Davis, you're on mute. And your video went away. You're on mute.
Hold on. There we go. So, Mr. Chairman, one of the things that has been talked about on the federal level and the state level, that the municipalities should not be trying to give any kind of stimulus money. The federal government, starting July 15th, there will be additional checks going out to aid families with children. And there also will be, they're still discussing whether or not they're going to do a fourth stimulus check for people who make under $150,000. $250 or $500 for us to try to determine who's going to get it. When, you know, it just doesn't make sense. There are too many other avenues that are providing assistance that we should not be doing it. These valuable dollars should be spent on those things that benefit the city as a whole. There is nothing that gives me any reason to say that's something we need to do, because there's too much other money coming out. Thank you.
Alderman Coulter.
Yeah, I guess echoing the comments of the Alderwoman for the 19th, I mean, there's millions and millions of dollars in assistance payments in this bill and rental assistance. I mean, property, real and personal property tax assistance, you know, a direct cash giveaway. I guess we've gotten some more details 5 minutes before this meeting started. But I'm not comfortable with this. There's already both state and federal direct cash assistance programs. I mean, the limited, I know we've got a big pool of money here, but with the limited dollars we have, I'd rather spend it on the critical city needs we have and provide more targeted assistance than simply cash giveaways.
Okay. Alderman Pam Boyd.
I have no questions.
Alderman Muhammad.
For the sake of time, Mr. Chairman, I will reserve my questions and I will let my thoughts linger on. I have nothing. Thank you.
Alderman Martin.
Yes, thank you. I guess I'm somewhat conflicted on this. I know there are so many people who need this and they can't wait for, or, you know, can't maybe make it to the food pantry during work hours, or can't wait for grant applications and whatnot, or assistance applications. I am just wondering, so if we're taking or if we're cutting this in half, where is the other half going?
The amendment is to increase it from 22.5 million to 5 million, Alderwoman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I was on the wrong. Okay, sorry about that. All right, thank you. I understand it now.
Yeah, okay. Alderman Narayan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to go out on a limb here, I guess, and say that I'm supportive of this. I don't think that we can wait. There's a lot of us here in the city that I don't think we can wait for the folks in DC to quit bickering with each other to try and bring some direct help. I know that over in Jefferson City, they're cutting unemployment benefits that they don't necessarily have to, and with the idea that you know, people need to get back to work. There's still people who cannot work. There's people who haven't been able to work through this. There's people who have lost their entire industries through this. There's people who can't wait another week. They can't wait another month. They can't wait 6 months for us to get it together here. And if we have the ability to provide direct assistance to them in any amount, I think we should. I understand that I'm likely to be outvoted on that, but that's my piece. Thank you.
You're welcome. Alderwoman Evans. Alderwoman Evans. You're on mute.
I thought I had unmuted myself. I have no questions at this time.
Okay. I want to say I did get the proposal. I certainly appreciate it. It looks like it was pretty thoughtful. Curious as to how much of this is administrative cost, but that's neither here nor there. Here's where I'm conflicted. So the federal government gave out stimulus checks. And some people, I think I'm above 80% AMI, my household income, but I still got a stimulus check. My wife got a stimulus check. Daughters got stimulus checks. And there are people who are just a little bit above those federal guidelines. And so, you know, my daughter can't qualify for a Pihl grant. So we make a few $1,000s more. There's a lot of people in that situation. It's almost like if you're middle class or near middle class, you get punished because you don't really qualify for a lot of the government giveaways. And so, although I think this is a very noble cause, I don't see how it can be equitable, because there are people that are low income that need the money, and there are people that are not low income that need it. The people that work for Edward Jones lost their job. I'm just making that up. I don't know for real. But there are people who lost their jobs making really good money, 6 figures. And they need a safety net as well. And so I'd be interested in revisiting this, you know, after the summer break, to really see how we're collecting the data and how we're being equitable, you know, because equitable is a big term now, right? That's the trendy term, and I like it, equitable. But it really means something, and it's about fairness, right? Because we're all in this together. And so I'm not going to be able to vote for this time, but I might vote for it down the road in another bill, because, you know, I think it has some merit, but I just would want it to be fair for everybody. And this is complicated. This is not just like unemployment, and the state gives you unemployment because you've been working and you earned the money. And this came about basically, correct me if I'm wrong, Alderman from the 25th Ward, this came about because Governor Parsons basically kicked people off the unemployment rolls on June 18th. And so now we're creating a safety net for those people.
No,
but all of the people that were unemployed were not 80% of AMI.
He just.
So I know you're trying to say something, Alderman, but I'm ready to take a vote on this. But I got to go to the president. He gets the last word, and then we're going to have the Alderman from the 25th close. It's after 6 o'clock.
All right. Well, thank you all. I'm against this proposal for obvious reasons. When you calculate how many people this will cover, this would include about 3% of the population in the city of St. Louis. Again, 3% of the population in the city of St. Louis. So there's very few people we're talking about in terms of giving them a very, very small check, anything between $200 and $500. That's not going to be transformational the way we need it to be transformational. I think one of the aldermen talked already about the amount of assistance we have in rental assistance, mortgage assistance, utility assistance, right? Food pantries, everything, right? We have all of those other things going. The federal government this last year has given some families up to $5,000 or more, right? And still, and not one family, not 3% of the population, 100% of the population of the city of St. Louis, minus those that were beyond the threshold, were able to get a check. And when you think about how quickly that goes, and how minute of an impact $500 would be for 3% of the population, this is a poor expenditure of money. So I'm not supporting it. Say as quickly as I can say it, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman from the 25th, well, I'm confused. I started out by saying I thought we had zeroed out that we did. That's not in the committee substitute, the $2.5 million for targeted cash assistance. That's not in there. It's zero. So did you mean this amendment for something different?
It would insert a line into the bill for a section 13.
So we got to go to section 13. I know for a fact targeted cash assistance is zero because we went through that presentation. So we got to go back to work. What does section 13 say?
Well, so this would be replacing section 13 and every subsequent section would become a new section kind of a thing.
But you're saying beginning on page 10, line 10, before the words section 13.
Correct.
Thereby and hereby appropriate sum of 2.5 million.
And then every other section would become 14, 15, 16, etc. It's similar to the next one I'm introducing.
So this should really say section 14?
No, because it's before section 13. So it's before the appropriation to the Board of Public.
Okay, so that's coming up section 2. Gotcha. That's kind of written, kind of confusing. Okay, all right, I got it. Well, that's gonna be a hard no for me.
Do I
ready? You want to make a motion? It's on you.
Well, so what I would like to do is just close out by saying, this is targeted assistance to the most needy of our citizens. We just had a very lengthy conversation with respect to, the unhoused and, how many of us don't want them in our neighborhoods and are trying to, take care of the unhoused. And, this is a targeted direct assistance for individuals making less than $46,500 a year. $46,500 a year, or a family of 4 that makes less than $66,000 a year. $500 might not seem like a lot to President Reed, but it sure the heck might make the world of difference to be putting food on the table or making a car payment or being able to get to work. For young people, or getting a leg up to get a job, I should say, for other people. And I'm having a very difficult time reconciling some of the comments that are being made right now. To be equitable, someone who's making $140,000 at Wells Fargo or Edward Jones or someplace else more than likely has had the ability to create a safety net for themselves that might include a savings account that can spare them for a month or two. Individuals that are making $40,000 a year don't have that same ability. This goes back to some of the conversations we were having around raise the wage and, $15 minimum wage. It's really difficult. And I think many of us can appreciate that and understand that it's very difficult to support yourself, let alone a family, on $40,000 or $46,000, and especially when you end up losing a job. So I'll renew my motion, but I would hope for favorable consideration of this to be able to help our citizens that are desperately in need right now.
Okay, let me back up, Alderman. I think something's wrong with your amendment before we take an official vote on your amendment, because I'm looking at the board bill section 13. Section 13 says, section 13, there are hereby appropriated the sum of $2,500,000 of the 2021 coronavirus local fiscal recovery fund to the Board of Public Service.
So again,
that's what 13 says. So you want to replace that and say, I gotta go back to, man, this is too much going back and forth. The amendment. So you want to put your amendment number. I wish we was in person. This would be a lot easier. Okay, so you're going to, so then you replace it. So you create a new 13, but how do we reconcile everything else gets pushed down to 14? Because then we'll have 2 13s.
No, it gets updated by the clerk.
I don't know.
We would have to have amendments all the way down the board.
No, Chairman, point of order, guys.
Okay.
There is the last line there after his new section 13 says to further amend the ordinance by amending the subsequent section numbers and relevant section references accordingly. So instead of tacking it at the end, he's doing it, I don't know why, at 13, but it would be okay. You wouldn't need
that
it
makes
for
more
a
sense.
million
Okay,
more
I missed that line. Gotcha.
Okay.
And I think he said that. So I apologize all from the 25th. But okay, so he's made, the motion is on the floor to adopt amendment number 4.
Second.
Then moving to second, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Davis,
No.
Alderman Cone,
Aye.
Alderman Coder,
No.
Alderwoman Boyd,
No.
Alderman Muhammad,
Present.
Alderwoman Martin,
Aye.
Alderman Narayan,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
No.
Chairman Boyd,
No.
President Reed.
No.
3 aye votes, 6 no votes, and 1 voted.
Okay, by your vote, you failed to sustain the motion of the Alderman from the 25th Ward on amendment number 4. Next before us is amendment number 5. I'm going to call on my vice chair to handle amendment number 5 until I get back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment number 5, Alderman from the 25th. Is this your amendment?
It is.
Okay.
One you'll be.
You're recognized. Give us a brief description. What is amendment number 5?
Yeah, so amendment number 5 is essentially allowing the Board of Elections to become prepared for our next pandemic and or emergency or the escalation of the current pandemic that we're in by appropriating funds in order to support anywhere voting in the city. Currently, it takes a ton of work in order to create the voting super centers that we had with COVID. And I've been working with the Board of Elections roughly about last March, I want to say, to go through the process to identify the appropriate amount of funds that would be necessary in order to move forward with this. The county actually implemented a similar system for the last election cycle that allowed them a lot more flexibility and agility in being able to hold their elections. And, on a side note, unrelated to, emergency preparedness, I think many of us encounter at our own polling places situations where people become unhoused or moved or change jobs or what have you, and end up at the incorrect polling place, or a polling place changes, which happens pretty frequently lately. And people end up at the wrong polling place or in the wrong precinct or what have you. And this will help remedy some of those issues as well. The estimates from the Board of Elections is generally around $2 to $2.5 million for the hardware, and then anywhere from $1.5 million to $2.5 million to update their processes, do the training for all of the poll workers, the staff, et cetera, and actually update software and things of that nature on the city's end in order to implement this going forward. So I know, I believe President Reed and I have had conversations about this in the probably last year at some point. I've had conversations with the Comptroller. She's supportive. The mayor is supportive, and I know many of our colleagues have indicated that they're supportive as well. And
thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Alderman Cohen. Let's go down and take questions from members of the committee. Alderwoman Davis.
I'm just going to listen for a few minutes. Thank you.
All right. Alderwoman Boyd.
I guess my question, could I ask a question to Alderman Shane?
Of course.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Alderman Shane, I guess my question, because I think you and I have spoken in regards to this Board of Elections, and when they came before me on Ways and Means, I always question, because we have no authority with the Board of Election, because I was told they're under state, but we asked for money for them, and so I never understood that. That didn't make sense to me. And so if state mandates them, why are we giving them dollars? Why are we asking for dollars?
Sorry, Alderwoman, I didn't mean to cut you off there at the end. So the Board of Elections is created underneath state statute, and it's a separate entity from the city, but it is fully funded by the city, just as the Board of Elections in the county is funded by St. Louis County. So we actually are responsible for expenditures related to that, and can set policy with respect to our own elections as an independent city. And so, just like Prop R passed by the citizens of the city, which did the ranked choice voting or what have you, that was basically directed at the St. Louis City Board of Elections. So that, it's a commission that's set up, that's a bipartisan commission. They've got Republicans and Democrats that are represented on there. And then we are responsible for supporting their budget and allocating and appropriating funds for them. So the conversations that I had started last year with respect to just being able to be prepared in the pandemic. And of course, we were facing budget shortages last year when these discussions started, and the administration at the time was having a difficult time trying to find money to allocate those. And then when this opportunity presented itself, I circled back and started having conversations again whether or not this would be an appropriate use of these funds, and by and large, folks have agreed.
Okay, I didn't have that conversation, so that's why I'm asking this question.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderman Collins Muhammad. All right, moving on, Alderwoman Martin.
No questions. This sounds good to me. Thanks.
Alderman Narayan.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just one question. So we don't have to be, assuming that this funding went through and, and the board bill passed, we would not have to be in any state of emergency like COVID for this vote anywhere to come into play, or would we have to wait for some action from the state, or?
No, this is essentially providing the funding to update our infrastructure in order to be prepared for future emergencies. So we don't need any emergency orders or anything of that nature to move forward with implementation or using it in any potential election cycle. It's literally just to update our IT infrastructure and the electioneering tools that we use on a regular basis, and then also the the software and staff training and processes and everything else that are associated with it, with administering the elections. But it doesn't need to be done underneath an emergency order. This will be infrastructure that we'll be able to use on a regular basis.
So ultimately, at the end of the day, this money just makes it easier for every St. Louisan to vote.
Yep, 100%.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderwoman Evans.
Yes, thank you, Chair. What's the amount of money that's involved in this? Now, is this an amendment, and if so, which one?
Yeah, I believe it's amendment number 5, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Mr. President? Yeah. So it's amendment number 5, and the total appropriation would be for $5 million.
And those monies would be used for, just summarize it.
To update our electioneering systems so that any resident of the city can vote in any polling place in the city of St. Louis. They can, if they work close to, Natural Bridge, but they live in Dutchtown, they can vote in Dutchtown, or they can vote at a polling place next to their work on Natural Bridge. They can literally move anywhere they want to cast a ballot, and all of the information for their various precincts will be available at those precincts going forward, at any precinct in the city.
Wouldn't that cause confusion?
No, because they'll still get a card that's mailed to them that says, here's your polling place and here's where you go. And they'll be able to pull out their driver's license or whatever form of ID that's necessary to vote. And the Board of Elections will literally be able to pull them up in their system and give them the ballot that's respective for them. It's extremely easy, very simple, and it won't, people won't get turned away at the ballot box any longer.
Okay, so even though they are from a different precinct or in ward or whatever, I don't know. It sounds a little confusing to me.
So
And how do they keep track, or will all of the technology be as one, so that when a name is put into it, that it shows whether that person has voted or not?
Correct. Yes, absolutely. So it's just like you walk into your normal polling place and you tell them what precinct you're in, or by your ID, they'll know what precinct and ward you're in, and they'll give you the ballot for that respective election. It'll have your various propositions on there, the judges that are on there, the community college trustees that are for your district, the state rep for your district, the state senator. But if you happen to accidentally go to the wrong polling place, or you go to a polling place that's closer to you, I don't know about you, Alderwoman, but I have only 2 polling places in my ward. And so some of my neighbors actually live closer to polling places that are on the boundaries of my ward, like the 13th ward or the 11th ward. So they would actually literally be able to walk across the street to the polling place at Woodard School and cast a ballot down there, versus having to drive a mile to cast a ballot at another polling place. But they'll still get the card from the Board of Elections that has their respective polling place, the date of the election, and all of that fun stuff.
Okay. I just think it's confused. It would be confusing. I don't know. I'm finished. No further questions.
Thank you, Alderwoman. My turn. Alderman, thank you for sponsoring this. I was pleased to see it. I was having some similar conversations with our friends at the election board. Yeah, I mean, this, as you summarized it well, I'm supporting this amendment. This is bring our elections, into modern times. We're still utilizing equipment from the unfunded federal mandate, the Help America Vote Act of 2002. Our election equipment, including our touchscreens, are from 2002. Think of how many devices, electronic devices, you still have in your house from 2002. I'm willing to wager not many. So this would get us some much needed updated equipment, and based on the conversations with you and some staff at the election board, this is the appropriate amount of money they need, both for the physical equipment and the training. So I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you for bringing it. President Reed, any questions, any comments?
Oh, thank you. First, Alderman Cohn, as you know, we've spoken. I think anywhere voting and making it easier for people to vote is important. My only worry is the lateness of it. To give us an opportunity to vet this, to make sure that we are 100% positive that this is an acceptable use, and that the number is a comprehensive number for what the election board needs. So what I would ask is if we could take it up Friday as an amendment, or include it in the next stimulus package, which we're going to begin working on right away. I think there still would be plenty of time for them to move forward and get done what they need to get done. But I just don't feel like I have enough information about it today, because we didn't get it as part of some of those recommendations, because that gave us time to really dive into those things and to vet them, and to reach out to some of our national partners to see if indeed that use would fit, and how it would be structured, and so on and so forth. So that would give us a little more time on it. Again, I think it's important. I think it's one that we need to do. The only thing is just not prepared for it today, only because we just got notice of it today. We just received notice of it today.
I mean, many of us, respectfully, Mr. President, just got notice of $70 million in extra expenditures yesterday afternoon. That
came from members of the board. You all received that the same time I received it.
So, Mr. President, and those were required by Friday at 5 p.m. on a holiday weekend. And I'm not sure how many people were able to devote time over the holiday weekend for screening all of that. But also, in addition to that, I would add that there were questions that were out there whether or not we were talking about the $80 million or if we were able to expend even more than that, which I didn't get an email answering that either. So I withheld recommendations, because of that, because I didn't get a response about it. But, I would say, to answer your question, though, with respect to whether or not it's the appropriate amount and, what our partners are saying, the Board of Elections has been in the process of putting an RFQ together already. They've already gotten preliminary estimates based off of the county's implementation of this a year and a half ago. So, these are real numbers. These are, based in fact, and it's based off of recommendations from the Board of Elections. So nothing's going to change between today and Friday. So I prefer to get it handled today. And certainly we have another election coming up in August. So it would be nice to be able to get some of this stuff, hopefully moving forward, potentially in time to, address, those elections coming up at the end of the year.
Again, Alderman, I'm just not prepared to vote on it today, only because, like I said, we just now found out about this at the start of the meeting, and I'm not trying to offend you with that statement. I'm just trying to appeal to you to say, if you give us more time, we can probably get this done. And I think it's important when to get done. Again, I have no idea about the number that came from the election board. Is that an inclusive number? Is that a match number? I mean, all of these things, the length of time for project, there are a lot of things related to that we have like no insight into.
I literally covered that for you, Mr. President. It covers all of the hard costs. It covers the training for the staff and the volunteers, the poll workers that'll need to be trained on all of these things as well.
What hardware are they getting?
So they have to go through the RFQ process for that, but based off of the estimates from the county.
So the hardware that they would receive, would it replace the existing hardware?
Correct. It would replace every piece of equipment.
100% of the hardware would be replaced.
Correct.
And the additional hardware that they would get, what type of infrastructure improvements would they need? I mean, depending on the hardware that they get, there'd probably be different bandwidth requirements.
Correct. And that's
all that sort of stuff. What type of software upgrades would they need?
I specifically mentioned those things and the costs, the $5 million cost. So the hardware costs is—
You're saying $5 million, but your amendment says $1.7 million, I believe.
No, it says $5 million.
Let me go back.
The clerk should have updated that. The 1.7 million is literally for the hardware costs. So the 5 million is for the total costs.
The amendment that I'm looking at says $1.7 million.
Chairman or Mr. President, if you maybe update your Google Drive, there's definitely the Alderman from the 25th has an amendment. It's labeled as Amendment 5A. I think you replaced the other one.
You replaced it. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but again, my questions still remain, are still there. As an IT person, those questions that I have not been answered. And again, I'm trying to appeal to you to just work with us so that we can get our arms around it and get it done, because I think it's important.
Mr. President, I'm happy to do that. I'd like to be more clear about what's going to happen between today and Friday. That's a day and a half to make you change your mind.
Okay, because here, one of the other issues is that the Capital Committee had it listed at $3 million. So we have the original 1.7, a new amendment at 5, and the capital committee that did the thorough review of it was at 3. So that's what that $2 million is, a massive gap. And those funds could be allocated somewhere else opposed to just sitting in the pot waiting. These are some of the questions. These are some of the things that we, and I'll have the email sent to you where the capital committee went through a review and had a proposed and had $3 million allocated to it. I'm just saying, and I'm not trying to get into all that with you. That
I didn't realize that.
Appeal to you.
And I'm not. I don't.
I'm trying to appeal to you to say, give us some time on it.
I'm not taking it that way. I asked the question to be transparent and be open and have some expectations set. I was not aware that the capital committee had even allocated funds for it, so that's good to know.
Not allocated, but they
looked at it.
They did an analysis of, you know.
So, you know, if that's the case, then I'm happy to set up a conversation with you tomorrow to see what additional information needs to be, you know, reviewed or undertaken. And I mean, I certainly have the Board of Elections on speed dial at this point in time, so I'm sure that they'd be happy to participate.
I think we all do. But let's do that. Let's get together tomorrow and let's get it figured out so we can get that one done too. I'm, you know, like I said, I'm bored with you. I think we need to get it done. Let's just make sure we knock it out of the park. Thanks
Great.
all. Thank you.
I'll withdraw the amendment and have another one available for Friday, I suppose.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Alderman from the 25th. I guess we're going to keep moving here. We are on amendment number 6. President Reed, who is offering amendment number 6?
I'm working on amendment number 6. Amendment number 6 begins on page 1, line 5, and strikes out the following words containing a severability clause. Beginning on page 28, line 1, strikes out the following. Section 8, severability clause. It is hereby declared to be the intentions of the Board of Aldermen that each and every part of this, and then it goes on related to severability clause. Because of the nature of this bill and all of the work that we've done to assure that these funding pools are appropriate, that they are viable, and they are allowed under the Act. We do not need the severability clause, so I would make a motion that we strike that. I would like to make a motion for the adoption of amendment number 6.
Okay, it's been moved by the chairman. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the Alderwoman from the 19th. Discussion on the motion on amendment number 6. I'll run through the committee list real fast here. Alderwoman Davis.
No questions.
Alderman Cohn.
No questions.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No questions.
Alderman Muhammad.
None, Mr. Vice Chair.
Alderwoman Martin.
No questions, thank you.
Alderman Narayan.
No questions. Thank you.
All right, Alderwoman Evans.
No questions.
All right, I have no questions. There's a motion on the table and properly seconded to adopt amendment number 6 to Board Bill 2 Committee Substitute. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Davis.
Aye.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Coder.
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad.
Aye.
Alderwoman Martin.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans.
Aye.
Chairman Boyd.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye.
10 votes.
Thank you.
But by your vote, you sustain the motion of President Reed and adopted amendment 6. Okay, moving on. Amendment number 7, President Reed. What do we got?
No, 1 second. Let me get it in front of us. Sorry, I was logged out of email. It kicked me out because it was I was paused too long. It's coming back up. I think that may be the end of ours, but I'll take a look to see what's up there. It's logging in now.
All right.
I can use faster internet. Come on.
Mr. President, do you want me to read the amendment while you're pulling it up?
Wait a minute. I'm almost there.
Yes.
I'm almost there. 1 second. Just so that I can make sure that's one that we are. Which amendment is?
It's involving marketing materials, Mr. President.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you want me to go ahead and read the amendment?
Yeah, can you read the amendment?
Yeah, amendment number 7 to Board Bill 2 Committee Substitute. Beginning, it's a short one, so I'll just read it. Beginning on page 27, line 2, insert the following words after, quote, which funding is appropriated in this ordinance, and quote, insert the following, quote, any marketing materials related to the funds outlined in this ordinance shall not share the image, name, or likeness of any elected official in the city of St. Louis, period.
Yeah, so amendment number 7 is just so that the funds that we will use for marketing and getting information out to people, that those funds, every single dime of those funds are going to be used for those purposes. So that's essentially what that amendment is.
Okay, we'll go through and take, do you want to make a motion on the amendment first?
Yeah, I move that we adopt amendment number 7.
It's been moved by the president. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by, was that Alderwoman Evans? Seconded by the Alderwoman from the 4th. All right, discussion going down the list here. Alderwoman Davis.
I have no questions or comments. Thank you.
Alderman Cone. Alderman Cone, going once, going twice. Alderwoman Boyd.
No questions.
Alderman Collins Muhammad.
I have none.
Alderwoman Martin.
No questions.
Alderman Narayan.
No questions. Thank you.
Alderwoman Evans.
No questions.
Chairman Boyd. No questions. I have no questions. It's been moved and seconded that we adopt amendment number 7 to Board Bill 2 Committee Substitute. Is there a request for previous roll?
Previous.
There's been a request for previous roll made by the Alderwoman from the 19th. Hearing no objection, amendment number 7 to Board Bill 2 Committee Substitute is hereby adopted. All right, amendment number 8.
Sorry, my system's finally getting there. I had to log all the way back.
I'm not reading amendment number 8, Mr. President.
I know.
It's a long one.
I'm getting in there. I had to log all the way out and close down part of my browser, and now it's finally coming back up. Come on.
May I ask a point of order?
Of course.
How many more amendments do we have? Do we need to recess?
We only have one more, and then we're done. So we have 8, 9, and we're done. Oh no,
I'm showing.
There's a couple. There was 2 more that was sent in, so it was 11. So we have 3 more.
Okay. 3 more.
I will propose that we power through and get this done. All right, amendment number 8, Mr. President, are you ready?
Yes, there is. Here's my status. This is one that's being offered by the chairman and a number of other members about, for the North St. Louis commercial corridors. And it says to amend board bill number, to amend said board bill, page 6. Wait a minute. Yeah, page 6, line 13 to page 6, line 13 as follows. Beginning on page 6, line 13, after the words, insert the following words. There are hereby established the following 4 North St. Louis commercial corridors. The Martin Luther King Drive commercial corridor will consist of Dr. Martin Luther King Drive, bounded by the city limits of the city of Wellston, Missouri, and Jefferson Avenue. The Grand Boulevard commercial corridor will consist of the Grand Boulevard as bounded by Cottage Avenue and Hebert Avenue. The West Florissant commercial corridor, which will consist of West Florissant Avenue bounded by Acme to Union Boulevard. The Natural Bridge commercial corridor will consist of Natural Bridge Avenue bounded by Kings Highway and Vanderbilt. And it goes on to just outline the corridors and that the nonprofits can apply for grants from these funds to cover 30% for new construction or 50% for rehab or total construction costs for a business development project within one of these north side commercial corridors. Applicants must be able to pair the funds provided by the city of St. Louis with their own funds. And then it goes on from there. I'm sure everybody has it in front of them.
Okay.
Just 2 pages of that. So, but that gives you the essence of it. It's for the commercial, the 4 commercial corridors and the use of those funds within those commercial corridors.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chairman Boyd, I see you've rejoined us. Do you want to speak at all on amendment number 8?
No, I appreciate it's a simple and should be a friendly amendment. It just defines the areas. That's all it's doing to make it clear for everybody.
Thank you, Chairman. All right, let's roll a quick run through the list. Well, actually, first, Mr. President, you want to make a motion on amendment number 8?
I'll do it for the chairman. I move that we adopt amendment number 8.
Second. All right, I will just ask, any discussion? I don't want to run through the list if there's no discussion. I'm seeing shaking heads. All right, it's been moved and seconded that we adopt amendment number 8 to board bill number 2 committee substitute. Is there a request for previous roll?
Previous roll.
Hearing no objection, amendment number 8 is
No,
adopted.
sorry, no to previous roll.
Objection to previous roll. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Davis,
Aye.
Alderman Cone, Alderman
Sorry.
You're breaking up.
Let's start over. Alderwoman Davis,
Aye.
Alderman Cone, Alderman Coder,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad,
Aye.
Alderwoman Morton,
No.
Alderman Ryan,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Chairman Boyd,
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye.
8 aye votes and 1 no vote.
All right, by your vote, you've sustained the motion and adopted amendment number 8 to board bill 2 committee substitute. Mr. President, amendment number 9.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment number 9 to amend said board bill page 4 line 3 to page 4 line 4 as follows. Strike out the words 21,300,000 $186,370 million. And insert in lie thereof to read the following figures, $22,886,000, $370 million. So it changes it to $22,886,370.
Okay. How about, was that just a math error? Did we just have a number wrong?
Yeah, it was just a math. It was a Scribner's error. So,
okay, all right. We'll do an amendment on this. I'm just going to open it to the committee. Any questions on the amendment? I see shaking heads. All right. We have a motion to adopt amendment number 9.
Second.
Who moved to adopt it?
Move.
We can do that over again. I move to adopt. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. President. I apologize. My computer lagged there.
Okay, I'm getting back to it.
Amendment number 9.
Yeah, I move to adopt amendment number 9.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by the president, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 4th that we adopt amendment number 9. Hearing no discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Davis,
Aye.
Alderman Cone, Alderman Coder,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad,
Aye.
Alderwoman Martin,
Aye.
Alderman Narayan,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Chairman Boyd,
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye.
9 aye votes.
All right, by your vote, you've adopted amendment number 9 to Board Bill 2 Committee Substitute. Amendment number 10. Mr. President.
Not sure who has amendment.
Mr. President, that's fine.
Okay.
Is that the Alderwoman from the 11th?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you're recognized on amendment number 10.
Thank you. This is a pretty simple amendment. Instead of creating a special fund, this would go from SLDC into Slate, where I believe it could be better administered and implemented as they are doing similar programs already.
So this is just moving, so are we just moving?
It's the same amount of money. It's just moving it from out of SLDC and into Slate.
Okay. All right. Let's go through. Members of the committee have some questions on. If there's any questions, I'll start with Alderwoman Davis.
No questions.
All right. Alderman Cone. No questions from the Alderman from the 25th. Alderwoman Boyd.
No questions.
All right. Alderman Collins Muhammad.
None.
Alderman Narayan.
No questions. Thank you.
Alderwoman Evans.
I just want to know why is she moving it from SLDC to Slate?
Because Slate is our job training agency, so I believe that this would be better used by Slate.
All right, good succinct answer. All right, Chairman Boyd, any questions? All right, hearing none. President Reed.
No, thanks for the amendment. I think it's a good amendment. It cuts out one of the steps. so yeah, thanks Alderwoman for the amendment.
Thank you.
All right, Alderwoman Martin, would you like to make an amendment or make a motion on amendment number 10?
I'd like to make a motion on amendment number 10, please.
Second.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 11th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 27th that we adopt amendment number 10 to Board Bill 2 Committee Substitute. Is there a request for previous roll?
Previous roll.
Hearing no objection, amendment number 10 to Board Bill 2. Committee
Objection.
Substitute.
Wasn't the Alderwoman from the 11th a no on the last vote?
Yeah, we may want to make sure. Yeah.
I was a yes on the last vote.
But we've had a subsequent one. We had a unanimous one last.
Right.
Okay, we were unanimous last week. Good. It seemed like I remember her not being. Okay, I'm good.
Yeah. All right. Then amendment number 10 is adopted. All right. Amendments. We're getting close here, folks.
Hey guys, I object to that. My computer battery died and I wasn't able to vote in the last one. I don't know if I was on the roll or not.
Well, I don't know you were, so why don't we go ahead and do this? Madam Clerk, let's call the roll on amendment number 11.
Sorry, thank you.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, amendment 10.
10.
Sorry, amendment 10. Let's call the roll on amendment 10.
Alderwoman Davis.
Aye.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Coder.
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad.
Aye.
Alderwoman Martin.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans.
Aye.
Chairman Boyd.
Aye.
And President Reed.
Aye.
10 aye votes.
All right, thank you. By your vote, you sustain the motion to adopt amendment number 10 to Board Bill 2 Committee Substitutes. Folks, amendment number 11, which, unless someone adds something, this appears to be our last amendment. Whose is this?
That's mine too, please.
Okay. Alderwoman from the 11th, you're recognized in amendment number 11.
All right, I have a BLT waiting, so I'll be fast. This is similar to the last amendment. Instead of creating a separate fund, this would go to the Affordable Housing Commission.
Let me ask this, where is this money moving from? Where is it going currently?
Sorry, hang on. On page 5, line 14. Wait, sorry, I thought I had my exhibit set up. This would go from the money that was appropriated for City Housing Development Fund and then into affordable housing. So in Board Bill 2, there's a separate fund for City Housing Development Fund, and this would send it over to the Affordable Housing Commission.
Okay, the City Housing Development Fund, and sorry, I'm looking at looking at the exhibit. Where is that money currently? Oh, I see, it's in SLDC.
Yes, I'm sorry, and I had that in my notes. Yes, sorry. Both amendments were from SLDC.
Okay, let's go through and see if there's any questions by members of the committee. Apologies, I gotta pull up my list again. I should have this memorized. Alderwoman Davis.
I currently believe that there needs to be separate. We do need some separate development other than affordable. And so I would suggest that it stay where it is.
Okay, Alderman Cone.
No questions.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No questions.
Alderman Collins Muhammad.
None, Mr. Vice Chair.
Alderman Narayan.
No questions. Thank you.
Alderwoman Evans.
No questions.
Okay, Chairman Boyd.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I understand why the Alderman from the 11th wants to move this money. The infrastructure is already set up over there. But what I'm excited about with the funds that we're getting now is we don't have to do it the way we've always been doing it. And the criteria for affordable housing, and it's not as simple as how SLDC can do things. And affordable housing, I just think has a lot of money right now.
They'll never spend it.
I like to see SLDC do it rather than affordable housing. That's just my thought.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I guess I'm going to go ahead and take the liberty to ask a question. Alderwoman, does anybody, I guess I'll direct to the Alderman from the 11th, do you have any understanding why is this currently in SLDC? There's a $20 million line item. I mean, do we know why? I guess it was recommended that the money go there versus affordable housing.
I think like some of our colleagues have said that they wanted a separate fund, and it wouldn't be the same setup as the Affordable Housing Trust. But when we were talking about administration cost earlier, it's sort of why reinvent the wheel. So I just was trying to consolidate where some of these funds are housed and administered.
Okay. All right. With that,
I have a follow-up. Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I just realized that's the $20 million that we put in for citywide housing development, right? Right, Alderwoman from the 11th?
I'm sorry, my computer's dying.
Yeah, that was the $20 million for citywide housing development, correct?
Yes.
And so the reason that I had that place in SLDC again is because CDA is too cumbersome with the regulations. Some of the affordable housing money gets bogged down in bureaucracy. And I just think SLDC gets to create a new opportunity for us to be able to do housing production without some of the red tape that you have to go through with affordable housing and CDA. So that's why I recommended that it go in that pot. And they do have the expertise to get it done.
We do it all the time.
Yeah, I mean, CDA does certain things through block grant money, and SLDC do things through a different pot of money. So it's just a different agency doing the same thing, kind of. So the Urban League does a home repair, Better Family Life does home repair. So we're not limited, but I just think we have a better shot at really getting this money out the door with SLDC versus affordable housing. So I want to stand on that. So I can't support the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Alderman. Any other discussion on, what is this, amendment number 11? Going once, going twice. All right, we'll entertain a motion on amendment number 11 to Board Bill 2 Committee Substitute. Alderwoman, do you have a motion? Alderman from the 11th.
Oh, sorry. I'd like to make a motion on amendment number 11, please.
Second.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 11th, seconded by, I think that was the Alderman from the 25th, that we adopt Amendment 11 to Board Bill 2 Committee Substitute. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Davis,
No.
Alderman Cone,
Aye.
Alderman Coder,
No.
Alderwoman Boyd,
No.
Alderman Muhammad,
No.
Alderwoman Morton.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Alderwoman White, I didn't hear you.
Aye.
Thank you. Alderman Narayan,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
No.
Chairman Boyd,
No.
President Reed.
No.
3 aye votes and 7 no votes.
Okay, by your vote, you failed to sustain the motion. Alderman from the 11th, and amendment number 11 fails. Sorry, folks, we've got one more, amendment number 12 that was just added to your drive. It is in there now. You may have to refresh, but it's there. I'll handle this amendment. It is an amendment we just realized as we were going through this that the $5 million for police overtime that we discussed and included in the exhibit doesn't have a section in the bill. So amendment number 12 to Board Bill 2 Committee Substitute would amend Board Bill page 28. There's an error there. That says page 20. It should be page 28, line 15. After the words passage and approval by the mayor, adding a new section 20, thereby appropriated $5 million of 2020 coronavirus local fiscal recovery funds to the police department for the purposes of police overtime account 650-5172, which is the commissioned officers account. I'm going to go ahead and offer this amendment. I'll move to adopt amendment number 12 to Board Bill 2 Committee Substitute.
Second.
It's been moved by me, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 19th. I'll go ahead and see if there's any questions on this. I'll run down the list. Alderwoman Davis.
No questions.
Alderman Cone.
No questions.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No questions.
Alderman Collins Muhammad.
None.
Alderwoman Martin.
No questions.
Alderman Narayan.
No questions.
Alderman, Alderwoman Evans.
No questions.
Chairman Boyd.
No questions.
President Reed.
No questions.
I have no questions. It's been moved by the Alderman from the 7th, seconded by the Alderman from the 19th, that we adopt Amendment 12 to Board Bill 2 Committee Substitute. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Davis,
Aye.
Alderman Cone, Alderman Coder,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad,
Aye.
Alderwoman Martin, Alderman Narayan,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Chairman Boyd,
Aye.
President Reed,
Aye.
Alderman Cone,
Aye.
Alderwoman Martin. Was that an aye?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. 10 aye votes.
All right. By our vote, we've sustained the motion of the Alderman from the 7th and adopted Amendment number 12 to Board Bill 2 Committee Substitute. Are there any other amendments? All right, hearing none. All right, I guess now in front of us, we probably have Board Bill 2 Committee Substitute as amended. Mr. President, any remarks to close?
No, I just move that we adopt Board Bill number 2 Committee Substitute as amended.
Second.
Second, moved by the President, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 4th, that we adopt Board Bill number 2 as amended with a due pass recommendation. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Davis,
Aye.
Alderman Cone,
Present.
Alderman Coder,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad,
Aye.
Alderwoman Martin,
Aye.
Alderman Narayan,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Chairman Boyd,
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye.
9 aye votes and 1 voted present.
All right, by your vote, you have sustained the motion of the President and adopted Board Bill 2 Committee Substitute as amended. Let's see here. What else do we have on the agenda?
Move to excuse any absent alderman. I don't know if
Point of order.
Yes, Alderman from the 24th.
Just before we adjourn, I think per our rules with the, and I could be mistaken here, but per our rules with the amended committee substitute, do we need to have public comment before it exits the committee?
Oh, no.
No,
I don't believe we do. I mean, we've taken
I'm
ample
asking.
public comment on the bill.
no, we don't. We had a comment on the bill. If you, to kind of give you an idea of the way it would work. So if we would have to go back and have public comment every time we would make a substantial amendment, that would affect the fact we would never get a bill out of committee. let alone if we did a 4 substitute on the floor of the board, we'd have to bring it all the way back to committee.
Sure.
So-
No, I was just making sure that if we needed to continue the meeting rather than adjourn the meeting, because I was like, we don't have 24 hours. So I just wanted to make sure that if that needed to happen, that we were, dotting our i's and crossing our t's. That's all.
Thanks. So if you think about it, what the final product in the bill was created because of the information the public gave us.
Right.
Public comment, adjusted what was being, what ultimately went into the bill. But thanks for thinking along those lines.
Absolutely. Just want to make sure we can get this through as fast as we can.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Alderman, from the 24th for that. All right, moving on. I don't believe we have any resolutions. We don't have any committee discussions. Any announcements? Okay, hearing none. Excused members, I believe.
Hey.
What's that?
Sorry, Alderman from the 25th year.
Go ahead, Alderman.
Yeah, I would like to announce that I'm starting a GoFundMe for President Reed's WD-40 for his chair.
How about a new chair? I'll contribute.
Yeah. I get my wife tells me about that all the time. Stop moving and squeaking that chair. Yeah, sorry about that.
All right. I don't think there's any need for excused members. We are all present. Thanks everybody for their time and hard work on this. With that, I will declare the Housing, Urban Development and
I
Zoning.
move that we adjourn.
Yeah, so moved. It's seconded by me. We're adjourned.
Bye.
Thank you all.
Have a good night, everybody. Thanks, SLTV. Thank you, Sharita.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Sharita.
No problem. You all have a good evening.
You too. And Tom.
Yeah, thank you all.